Okay, 374. We are one day after level 36. Yesterday was last day. Went pretty well at the end. Not bad. We're kind of adjusting to the higher volume, right? Let's get right into it. No time like the present. 185. It's kind of on the higher side. Let's see. That's it at. Umigame. Edamame. No. Carve. Dang it. Oh, maybe it is. Ooh. So we do the carve thing. Is it carve? It is carve. No, it's... I thought it was measure. Oh, no. Remember. Welcome back. That's disappointing.
Oyako donburi. Sengen. Ichijirushi. Sho. Kogo. Byōshō. Madoguchi. Sato.
Oh, no, wait. Tofu.
Hai.
Oops, no E.
吐き出す。意義。
異常。吐き気。垂らす。諸君。
誤算。
Oops. I just want to ask this about our Discord conversation. How often would you say your interaction deal with people in that transition phase? Probably like 90% of the time. If you're talking about like online things. Honestly, I don't think I've ever left that because before this was school, right? Before this was university, which is still the transition phase. And then before that was I was part of that transition phase. So not hasn't really been outside that for a very long time now.
尊い。
Ooh. Huh. I thought this was... Oh.
ために。
Is that age a sort of gold mine for potential? Not particularly. Not in these days. I don't really know when it comes to potential. I don't really think of it as I don't think potential is timed. I think people who value very specific things, those potentials do have time limit. One thing about the human condition is potential shifts because of his or her circumstances. Being able to say that there is no particular gold mine for potential is kind of wrestling and being comfortable with the human condition. So if you're consistently thinking about a very specific time period for human potential, then it can one could argue that is where your mind is right now, and it's healthy, right? If it's aligned with the present, or it moves along with you. So like if you were to ask me what is the age of gold mine for potential, it would be my age. Like a person who's content and not like outward looking like across the time. Most of the time, if you ask a healthy person or a person who's content, the gold mine is the present. It's now. So if someone doesn't need to reflect on things and they're really healthy and out about, they would constantly think that the current moment in their life or the current age that they resonate with is the gold mine for potential. Largely because the idea is, do you have enough time to achieve that potential? At any specific moment in your life, if you're an achieving high functioning person, you rarely ever get to your potential. It's not that you don't need to know what it is. You can definitely talk about like what is the potential at different ages. The idea is you're always striving for that potential. The reality is most humans at any given time are not operating at their potential. So it's definitely nice to think about it. So to answer that question in short, is that an age sort of gold mine for potential? That is the current age. The transition period is the current age where potential is often seen as clouded as possible. So potential is a wonderful thing where when things are clouded, right? When things are clouded, the limit, sort of way, the sky is the limit, right? So since you can't see what the potential is, you can make an argument that this is the period for a gold mine of potential. Because potential is shrouded in clouds. So during a transition period, it may seem like your potential is limitless because there's no certainty, there's no uncertainty, there's just clouds. In a way, like you don't know what that potential is. So not knowing what that is makes it feel like there are no limits, like it's as high as you think about it. Now, when you get older, right, a lot of times people think about it. When you get older, you typically gain clarity. And that clarity makes it so that it's less clouded. So would that suggest that an older person has less potential? Not necessarily, right? It's kind of like when you think about when you're a child, you often think about there is more potential. And I often think this is what the association is, where potential is often a wonderful, lofty thing. So for me, if you're asking me like 38, 40 years old, I would say yes, the transition period is most likely where there's a gold mine for potential. Largely because it's clouded. The idea of something being clouded means that one can use their imagination and their creativity in order to see what their potential is. There's so many quote-unquote possibilities because you're not old enough to be quote-unquote stuck in your ways or content with what you're doing. And the younger you become, the more potential there is because things are not clear yet. Now, as to if you're talking about like objective potential, right? The whole idea of objective potential. I think humans at any given age has objective potentials. That may overlap, but generally speaking, they don't overlap. So what someone can do at 40, their potentials that they are focusing on are not the same potentials as when you're 20 or when you're 10. So the nice thing about human potential, when you add subjectivity to it, is that a healthy person, an ambitious person, or someone who's high functioning, they rarely ever have the concept that their potential is limited. They're usually looking at what else they can do, because humans who are high functioning and healthy don't ever feel like they're operating at their potential. And that's kind of like the life situation. The condition is that each waking moment, you're looking for reaching your potential, but life strings you along, and that is beautiful in a way. Like you may never reach your maximum potential, but that's kind of the romantic thing about being human. You don't ever reach your potential. You have fun continuously trying to maximize your potential. At my age, is there any opportunities to utilize some potential you had that now is unavailable to utilize? Plenty of them. Tons of them. But since I have an unavailability to utilize them, one of the biggest things to be unable to utilize them is time. Time is the greater factor in recognizing a potential for someone. So if I spend time, like if I bottleneck myself, right? When you're thinking about potential that are unavailable, that's not due to time. So not due to time, then you would be adding an additional limiter. So say you can make an idea of physical, you can make an argument of physical. This is a very characteristic thing. And you believe that physical, when you get older, it limits your potential, right? So now you have two things. Now you have one thing and two things limiting your potential, right? So for myself, like personally, right, at my age, I don't have time for this. Time is greater than my physical limitations. So like that means I don't worry about physical limitations. I don't have time to do that. So instead, when you're saying, is there opportunities to utilize some potential I had that now is unavailable to utilize? All of it. Everything. There are so many things in my 20s that I can't utilize, like do anymore. But I don't have time for that. Like I don't have time to worry about my 20s. Like, oh, I can't run, let's say, like physical things. Yeah, so like the obvious thing is what I'm saying here is every human being has so much potential, like enough. I'm going to say enough potential. Every human being at every single time point in their life has enough potential in which time becomes the problem as opposed to something else. So when you're thinking about, oh, I can never go and become a triathlete to be a world record holder. Like, okay, you can spend most of your time worrying about that and thinking about that because you can never reach that potential anymore. Or if you like running, you can still reach a higher potential than you have done before at your current age. So you can still make an argument like, okay, well, that doesn't matter. Physical is important to me. So you can still do that. Now you're juggling two things. So what is it 30 compared to other 30s? Or what is your 30 compared to your... The thing is that the thing about age is time doesn't wait for anyone. So for myself, I rarely think about the things I can't do anymore in my 20s or my 10s because there's no time to think about that. You have so many other things that you want to do. You should be able to do, right? So in ways of this is how positive reinforcement works. So what if I can't be the fastest sprinter ever because I'm no longer in my 20s, right? I could do so many other things that require my thought and time. So this is, what is this one? This is like being stuck in your past. Stuck in past. So if I had to give like a specific advice, the question you're asking is really important to me if you're using it to figure out what kind of person you're talking to, right? Like I know this is kind of like inceptional a little bit because I'm talking about my response. My response is the type of response that I look in others, because when I answer, it's not a stupid question. It's a very important question I do ask myself each and every day. Do I ask myself, like when I'm asked like, oh, but you'll never be good enough. And I'm like, am I asking myself this question? Does it matter if I'm ever going to be good enough for like other people or for like the potential question? My first thought is, in order to know what your maximum potential is while not doing something, you would have to compare yourself to someone else, right? So like, who is the smartest person in their 30s or in their 40s? How smart is the average person, or how productive is the average person in their 40s? Now, you can ask that because you're talking to someone else, right? Now it's a conversation between two people. If you're asking me about a conversation with myself, instead of looking at how smart I can be, I have to ask myself, how smart am I now? Because I don't care how smart I can be if it is so far away that whatever I do now, I'm smarter than the person I am yesterday. So that is why it's not a stupid question. It is a question that has a lot of answers. And some of them might make the question relatively like silly sounding, because to me that question is kind of a bit trivial in a way, largely because each and every day, if you're really worried about potential, think about all the potential you're leaving on the table due to time, right? Like, for example, I'm sure you're not at the health of your potential. I'm sure you're not at the fitness of your potential. I'm sure you're not at the sleep of your potential. The eating, that's different from health, right? Your learning, your mental health. There's so, and I'm only listing the life skills, right? This is the life skills. The life skill that I'm exercising is the human condition. So the question is, if you're asking me, right, like if someone asks me, what is a gold mine of potential? And I'm like, what do you care about? Because if you care about money, yeah, that's also a limitless potential. Like you can frame yourself in money. Sure, your net worth, right? Your net worth is a potential. But my thought is, okay, if you're asking me if you've reached your potential, like, oh man, I can never be as good as I was yesterday. It's like, are you sure about that? How's your mental health? Have you learned something new recently? Because if you learn something new, no matter what, you can't be better than you did before, right? If you're learning something, by default, that is something you don't know. So you can't possibly have been better before. The things you're learning literally is zero. If you learn something new, you couldn't have ever reached the potential of that. Not knowing something has no potential. Okay? So then you think about health, it's like, well, put down that one last cookie. Like, I know you want to eat 3 cookies, but if you eat 2 cookies and replace it with a broccoli, that's increasing your potential for something. I don't know what it is, but they're each and every day, if you're so concerned that you have reached your potential holistically, right? Holistically. Like, how can you become better as a person overall with everything else? I'm sure you can sit down and have a list and you're thinking, yeah, I don't have time to worry about my limited potentials, the things that specifically limits me. We have a whole lifetime of never-ending ways to gather more potential. So, and many of these things here, I can't even tell you the downstream effectors, right? These are downstream. Not that they're less or more important, because it's part of the process. How do you make more money? Oh, better mental health, learning things, maintaining your health, like developing more skills to maintain your health, maybe splashing a bit of fitness, improve your sleep hygiene, and possibly enjoy eating. All of these things may connect to your potential of your net worth. So potential can be liberated elsewhere, right? This part, to me, these things, become kind of more salient with time. So as you grow older, right? As you grow older, these things become like, wait a minute. Are you telling me if I feel better about myself and I actually like to learn things and keep to learning things, and I maintain mitigating any health concerns with getting older and adjusting to that, splashing in mobility exercises, maintaining a solid sleep habit, and also eating well as I'm transitioning out of youth, I can make more money? That's an interesting thought, right? I'm not saying it's causal, because you can't. This is holistics. Holistics is very difficult to narrow like one factor. When you're talking about specialization and compartmentalization, you can maybe limit to one driving factor. But this is holistics, so it's really interesting. I have this discussion a lot, so I don't think it's a stupid question. I think it's a question people ask themselves at every single milestone. So oftentimes it's every 10 years. You know, like 10 years is kind of a subconsciously important thing. So when you turn 30, you're going to ask yourself, am I washed up? Like, am I washed up in the ways I used to be? The answer is yes, you are. If you're constantly thinking like you're going into your 30s, right? And you're like, am I washed up? Yeah, you're washed up from your 20s. So what? Like, do you want to consistently live in the past? Like, if you want to consistently live in the past, the yes is the obvious answer part, but I understand exploring the specifics of it isn't stupid. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Like, for example, like, no, I don't want to live in my 20s. I want to live in my 30s. So let's look at the present and the future, right? I got to my 30s by going through my 20s. So no, I don't want to maximize the potential of the things I can do in my 20s. I now want to maximize the potential of what I can do in my 30s. And then it's going to keep moving. 40s. So healthy, content people, when you ask them about their age, they're usually incredibly comfortable with all the aspects of their age because they don't run out of things. Like, what you can do in your 30s is greater than the amount of time you have. And it keeps going on. Like, every single time you're thinking about, have I reached my potential? Well, it doesn't necessarily it is important to know what, you know, the things you can do. Rarely are you going to have enough time in your life to recognize that or to realize that. If you do earnestly think that you have realized your potential, right? You can argue what happens then. And I ask myself this question because I need to see who I'm talking to. I need to understand who I'm talking to. Because if someone's in their 20s, I kid you not, this is why I focus on this transition period in their 20s, is because a lot of people believe they have already reached their potential. Like an 18-year-old who failed their first exam to get into college, they have reached their potential. Like, that's it. Like, the thing they're doing can no longer be higher because they're failing. Or like, they didn't get the perfect score, so therefore they can never reach their potential anymore. It's like getting younger and younger. That specifically, like, compartmentalized thinking, you know, algo behavior is the thing that limits people's questions now. They trivialize a human's potential largely because they only see themselves ever doing a specific thing. there's no longer pivoting, no longer that, right? Do you think decades is a generally useful way to split it up in the context of potential? I have no idea. I do it at the end of each year. I think for it's your choice. I do it, so I review monthly, right? I review monthly for projects that take months, and then I do it yearly for projects that take yearly, and then I do it by decade. So not 5 decades, 5 years, 5-year plans, and then 10-year plans. And the reason why I separate it this way is because when I grew up, those are my distances. 5-year plans was a social, environmental benchmark. So every 5 years, I would say not even 20s and 30s, but more like 20, 25, 30 for myself personally. I can explain to myself why it is useful for me to split it up that way. And for what I think is based on what I have adjusted myself to. Now, for what someone else thinks, it requires that they understand what their profession or whatever they're doing requires that adjustment, right? So it could be 3 years for someone. It could be every 2 years for someone. The idea is that you find your distance that creates not a limited potential, but a forward positive potential. So in the context of potential, it's kind of humorous because potential means it's naturally uncertain in a way. So you want to preserve, if I had to have a gold standard, you view context of time in a manner that you can see that you still have potential. Because when you think you're at the limit of your potential, what exactly happens? It means you stop trying. What does stop trying mean to me? You stop living. And to me, if I had a foundational thing that I say each human must have, they must have a drive to live. Like, that is inevitable. Like, they must have a drive to live. And one of the factors is in potential. Obviously, there are other things that contribute to this drive. And I'm not saying it's the only thing. And it's not 100%, obviously. What is another way to live? Like, right now we're only focused on potential. What's another way to live? Posterity. Posterity is legacy. That's when people get older, really get older. Legacy and posterity. Posterity, the difference between posterity and legacy is posterity is handing down something. Like for me, it's the act of handing down something. Yes, that sounds like legacy, but legacy is something you built. Like you built in prior to you. So the perspective is a little different. Like legacy can be for posterity. So like a kid, children, grandchildren, people like your friends, that's posterity. You're looking to hand off things to them. So that's another motivation to keep on trying, right? Like if you have a child, you keep on trying, you keep on living because you're living for the sake of other things as well. So potential is not the only source of driving or living. However, it is something that contributes to stop trying, right? And then in life, like in 30s, 40s, there are other events that keep you to keep on living, right? At some point, you can decide if you have catharsis and closure. Personally, for myself, I think I'll be kicking and screaming until I die of old age or cancer or something. Like that's my romantic thing. I want to keep my aspect of potential in my life, posterity, and legacy. I do want those three things. I want to constantly strive for my personal potential, you know, the aspects of my personal potential. Posterity, any person who's younger than me, basically like a student, like that's why I focus on transition periods, because I want an element of me to be involved in posterity. Like those people's success, I want to be involved in that success. So that gives me the element of elevating my own potential. These things are related to each other. To build great legacy and satisfying legacy, it requires that you recognize your own potential and that you have posterity in mind. That's all of the things put together. Potential, posterity is outward looking, potential is inward looking, and legacy is muted. Legacy is a balance of outward looking and inward looking. So like the things you literally have done, the books you've written, the artwork you've produced, the languages, the speeches you've given, that's legacy. And both legacy is both for posterity and recognizing your potential. So these things are inherently, in my opinion, necessary for someone to be healthy and high functioning. At least in my opinion. Actually, I imagine... Wait. Do you think... Okay, actually, I imagine you're saying it depends on the scope and focus of your potential. Yes. And I wonder if our numbering system separating in multiples of tens has a big effect on how people approach things like their potential. Probably. I think it's holistically involved, right? And then it can... The idea of an adaptive human is they would adapt to it. Hopefully. And then I guess literally you meant the stop trying thing. Hopefully I addressed that. You don't literally always stop trying because of one thing. But I would say if I had to take an accounting, recognizing one's potential, obviously never a stupid question to recognize that. And then I already mentioned posterity. And legacy, right? There are a few more. Closure is one, right? New beginnings. So beginnings is another, right? Posterity is usually the relational aspect. Potential is like inward looking. Legacy is often objective. Like I'm like not trying to say it is only this, but one of the drivers. Closure is completion, right? And closure does relate to legacy. And beginnings is like youthful. So beginnings deal with like concepts of learning and having more things to learn, right? You're starting new beginnings. So these things deal with a cycle of where one ends, there's a new beginning. So all of these 5 things, in my opinion, I'm going to say at least account for 50% of people's willingness to live. It's a big generalization, but I would say at least 50% of this, if these are in the plus zone, like you've already formed a routine, like some sort of habit routine that you can recognize there's potential to be gotten, that you're interested in your own posterity, as in handing things literally or impacting the following generation, building a legacy in which other people can see objectively or subjectively, and you registering and creating that legacy, and then finding closure in endings and starting new things while you're closing off other things. So most of these things adjust as you're getting older, right? As you're aging, the specifics, right? These are not specific terms. The specifics, in my opinion, will be different. It will change over time. However, if you want a good example, whenever someone asks to reflect, like an interview, for example, you have plenty of online things, right? Online things about successful people interviewing other successful people, etc., and they go back and forth and talk about it. It will fall under any of these five. Like, in my opinion, it will account for over 50% of the way they specifically talk about their self-worth, their future, and what they're currently doing. They're talking about something that's related to any of these five. A point in which they completed a task and felt like it leads to a new beginning, where there are things that they're starting that they're hoping to finish. And in order to do that, they build legacy to figure it out. And what they really want is to affect posterity, because they want to affect other people who come after them, you know, for those who after them. And all of this is grouped into the aspect of their potential, their successes, their capacity to do more. And in interviews, like one of the wonderful interviews with successful people, and, you know, between successful people, rarely is it void of anything. I would even make I would do a hot take. I would say over 90% of the way people talk about specifics, when you're talking about like that content creator or that uptrending successful person, or even someone who's not analytically minded, when they talk about things like I just watched the interview. I like watching Last Meals and stuff. I like watching Mythical Kitchen stuff, because they would like eat and talk about the future and the past in their interviews, or like Hot Ones, for example. Most of their framework when they're talking about celebrating someone's success, or being excited about someone, like interviewing, trying to get a lens into someone who's currently successful or had been very successful and continue to be successful, etc. This is going to summarize 90%. Like, whatever comes out of their mouth, whenever they talk about something, they are exuding their potential impact in many ways, right? And these are most of the time. Like when someone's like, oh, how does it feel that you finally finished the movie and you're at the peak of your game? Someone's going to say, well, you know, it's peak right now, but we don't know what the future is holding, right? Exuding, yeah. To exude, to radiate, to give off, to, you know, kind of express, but exuding is a good word. So they exude future. The future is always going to be potential. So when someone says, oh, hey, how does it feel to finally achieve your goals, right? An interviewer would try to flatter the interviewee. It's like, oh, how does it feel to finally get that Oscar in your acting? Their first thing is like, I'm very grateful. So they're acknowledging their legacy. I'm very grateful that for the opportunities, my life has closure. I finally reached a goal that I've been working for. And then they would add a new beginning. Like, okay, so now what's next? What is the next thing you do? It's like, well, I'm glad that I'm acknowledging my legacy and my posterity. Like, people are influenced and they strive, and I'm become a role model and all that. I hope all of those people who follow me, who relate to me, also achieve their legacies and closures, right? But for me, now it's off to the next thing, the next beginning, because I have not yet reached my potential, right? That is like this is like the biggest loop in terms of interviews. So when you speak to someone, in my opinion, one of the most classical telltale signs that are very common between quote unquote successful people, but more so happy, high functioning people, involves all of these. It's so unlikely that they would utter something without any of these things. There is still one more, and I'm really biased. I actually kept this out. it's leading to beginning, but I actually think beginning is also have the capacity to learn. So learning, anytime someone says, oh, I still have to do this, oh, I still have to learn this, or I have yet to do this, I have yet to do this, it highlights the aspect of learning, which encompasses all of these things. When you learn, you have potential. When you learn, if you have something to learn, if you think you have something to learn, you have potential. And then the rest is history. All of these things. When you learn something, it has a goal related to it. When you learn something, it has a beginning because you're learning something. It will then have to generate legacy in order to know what you have learned, which you can hand down through posterity. And because you're learning something and you think you have something to learn, you will always have potential to be better, right? So then this would be, if someone asked me, can I summarize what is the most important thing to life's potential? Learning. Learning is the answer for me. Like, so someone says, like, you know, in an interview, can you describe the one quintessential thing about being successful or being happy in life, or what? Learning would be the word I would use. Obviously everyone else has their own words, their own things, but if you're like, one word, what is the most important word to me that could answer pretty much anything for humans, you know, like the human condition, the word is learn. Learn is the word that I would choose. It would be really fun, like as an interviewer, say I start up a podcast or a project to try to get at the answer for posterity and happiness and potential. I would ask that challenging question, although it might be stupid, right? Because it's only stupid when we don't see what the purpose is, right? In my opinion. And then when the purpose, in my opinion, we see the potential when we don't know what the purpose is. But when someone is able to explain the purpose, it becomes a little stupid feeling, and in a genuine, endearing way. Like, you know, oh man, I asked a stupid question because now I know what the nature of that question would be. It becomes stupid because now it's normal. It's the thing that you should know the answer. So for myself, when someone knows me, the default answer is probably, well, you need to learn how to do that. Well, you need to learn how to do that. Or you need to learn this. It's like, I'm really depressed. Well, you need to learn a little bit about depression. And it's like, well, how do I get a solution? You need to learn a little bit about it. But it becomes redundant and a null statement. So I usually start with a bit of detail and then go more general, right? I think everything stems, in my opinion, from if you think you have reached your potential, ask yourself, what can you learn today? If you immediately can't think of something, there are more problems that can be solved, but you have to address your capacity to learn first. So learning is for me is a no-brainer. It's the one thing that can answer those questions. If you have nothing more to learn, then yes, you have reached your potential, right? If you have no more to learn, then you can't pass on anything new for posterity. If you have no more things to learn, you cannot develop more legacy anymore. And legacy is the most objective thing that you have in life. In my opinion, one of the most, I would say, it counts for 50% of people's capacity to be objective about their life. It's legacy. Everything you have built, literally have done, that is your legacy. Right? How much that legacy is worth is dependent on posterity, because other people have to inherit your legacy. They have to follow your legacy. They have to be inspired by your legacy. That creates posterity, right? However, legacy has closure. When you complete something, it's permanently in the record books, right? However, you don't have to stop there, right? Legacy ends. Like when you finish that book, that's in legacy. It can be transformative because you continue to have new beginnings, right? You could add more to the legacy. Then it doesn't, then where one book ends, the next book starts. That kind of thing. Yeah. So to me, when you watch interviews, like maybe your local hero or someone who you're parasocially having connected to, their interviews really demonstrate, and I'm specifically highlighting certain types of personalities. There are plenty of other personalities out there, and I'm not as well versed in them. Like, for example, if you interview someone, like how often do you see an interview of someone celebratory and successful that is like, well, I'm garbage. I can never be as good as I was in 20 years old. Yeah, I'm pretty washed up. I can never do anything. I'm always self-pitying myself because I can never do something new. Nothing is as exciting as I was when I was a teenager. That type of thing, like if you hear that type of thing, you know where you are. Like you know what type of environment that type of interview is happening. It's probably about mental health. Like it's probably about someone who's doing really well trying to help someone who's not doing so well. Right? Like it's probably a candid situation where someone is seeking help and wanting to raise awareness. Right? So whenever you think about someone like that, they're actually not even talking. They're honestly, when you think about like your potential, they're not even focused on potential either. They believe their potential is limited. But the source of all of this is not whether they literally have limited potential or not. It's how they feel. Right? There's other things. There's pity. There's external factors like the lack of legacy. So all those 5 things still comes in. When you feel like you're at your limits, then there is a lack of legacy, a lack of posterity. Remember, posterity is the relational things. So if you have few relations, you have no reason to feel like you have no reason to have potential if you lack any of these things. If you lack legacy, you have no motivation to objectively do anything. Right? Like there's nothing you're building. You don't want to create anything. There's a complete lack of legacy. And when you literally lack legacy, as in you haven't written anything or done anything previously, then it will give you the idea that you have no potential. If you have no closure, then you don't get wins to think that you have more potential. If you don't like beginning anymore, like beginning new things, like pivoting, you still feel like you lack potential. And the reason why all of these are kind of like going in the same direction is because they're all related. So I'm not saying any particular one thing is super strong. Like if you lack beginnings, then you will have fewer closures. If you lack legacy, then you obviously lack closure and lack new beginnings, because you need to begin and start to build legacy. That's the same with posterity. So they all reinforce each other. They all go in the same direction, right? And I don't see them as separated. So if someone asks me, have you reached your potential? I'm talking about all of these things. My response will include all of these things. And when someone asks a successful person, usually a successful person who's like hopping or in trend, which is the nature of the algorithm, you want content that is motivating and exciting and forward-looking. All those individuals will rarely ever say there's a lack in any of those 5 things. And then if you only have time to like, if the person only like speedrunning an interview, if they ask, it can, to me, it boils down to they have something to learn, they have something to achieve, they have something to work on. Even they are very grateful and appreciate all the things that happened before, which leads them to the next project, the next thing. So yeah, you don't spend time looking at all the things you no longer can have or may not have. You're not focused on FOMO, right? FOMO, the way someone says things is like, oh yeah, I'm looking forward to starting my next project. This is what I think. If I can take all the experience that I have and I'm looking forward to these things, I can't experience FOMO. There's not enough time. People still experience FOMO. The idea is you don't give it the time of day to outweigh everything else. So limited potential is usually due to FOMO, right? Like one of the biggest drivers is FOMO. So the moment you think about FOMO, in my opinion, and it dominates the rest of the things, yeah. What would you call FOMO for past experiences? Nostalgia? That's a hot take, but FOMO for past experience to me is nostalgia. That is the word I would use. Yeah, nostalgia. So if you're constantly nostalgic, like I let's balance it, right? Let's balance it. I need to be more realistic about this. So I only talked about the positive things, right? We talked about posterity, right? Potential is kind of like a bit, I like to weigh it as a positive thing because that's my deal. So we talked about these 5 things, right? Beginnings and closure. Now let's try to balance it out. So what are the opposite effects? The other things you need to balance: FOMO, nostalgia, pity. And pity is kind of like, pity is my kind of backwards way of thinking about the potential. Pity is knowing that you lost, like you're pitying yourself because you have not reached the potential. This is how I'm linking it. And then FOMO deals with, oftentimes FOMO deals with these 2 things. And then nostalgia still continues to deal with these 2 things, right? Now for beginning and closure, right? Beginning and closure is uncertainty. So uncertainty is dealing with beginnings and endings a lot. So like when you start something, the biggest barrier, one of the biggest barriers is its uncertainty. When you start something, can you close it? Can you finish something you start? That's uncertainty, right? We still need legacy. Oh, legacy is value. And value is kind of a bit, but usually when I think of value, it's more like worth. The word is worth, and that deals with legacy. And then posterity. So these are the balancing, I would say. Often if I had to characterize, if you have 2 different archetypes and they're at each end, remember this is a number line, so you can be any mix of this and at varying degrees. But if I would say at the opposite end, at the other opposite end of the pole, when you're talking about someone who is concerning to me, someone who is maybe potentially struggling versus someone who is high functioning. Maybe more like tolerating, but still successful. By the way, you can still be quote unquote successful outside in both these cases. Tolerating is when someone asks a question, like, oh yeah, man, if only I, someone's successful, say they're a millionaire. It's like, oh man, but in an interview, someone says so if you were to go back and do something, like, if what do you feel about your legacy of becoming a millionaire? Their first thing that comes out of their mouth is something like, well, you know, when I think back, I kind of regret not doing this because I wouldn't just be a millionaire, I would be a billionaire. FOMO. Immediately. And it's like, man, you know what? I really liked when I was earning money and like, you know, the hard-earned money, but I wished I'd earned more money. And then therefore, like, right now, if I had billions of dollars, I could do so much more than you millions of dollars. Pity, nostalgia, and FOMO. Like, well, now that I don't have like $1 billion, I'm not quite sure if I can go on to make turn my millions into billions, because there's a chance that I already missed out on how to do that now, because like I would need billions of dollars now in order to make billions of dollars later or keep my billions. Uncertainty, pity, nostalgia, and FOMO. And then the whole thing is wrapped around value and worth. So you can still have people that have this interview. It's the opposite of someone who's high functioning. They don't ever focus on the things that they are nostalgic for. They're not saying, oh, we can never, oh yeah, you know what? You know, back in the golden days, man, I kind of wish video games were just like this. Like, you know, I really miss those days. That's someone who's reminiscent. They are nostalgic for things. And they feel like whenever they open their mouth, when they talk about posterity, right? When they talk about posterity for other people, they're constantly talking about how people today are missing out. So when someone talks like a creator, and they are still successful, by the way, you can still be successful with this personality. You talk to someone, it's like, hey, so what do you think is your greatest contribution to the world? And they would say, well, you know, I've done a lot of things over my life, but man, if only I could like go back in time and bring those things so that the new people in the future generation can really appreciate what I've done and the things that people have done in the past for them. Yeah, that's backwards looking. So you can still sound very respectful and stuff, but constantly backwards looking. You carry your FOMO and you imbue FOMO for the future. And there are successful people. Tolerated people are grifters. For example, they're successful grifters. Like, hey, don't learn like me, right? This is what the internet to me, the substantial amount of the internet uses this tactic, which is to use FOMO, nostalgia, self-pity, uncertainty of the future, and the value system, a static value system, in order to get someone to live or do something. And I know you might be thinking, well, it's not really living if you're driven by FOMO, nostalgia, pity, uncertainty, and worth. It's like, I understand, because this is what the algo does. This is what grifters do online. Like, it causes people to do something, like pay for something, in hoping for addressing FOMO, nostalgia, pity, uncertainty, and value. What is that? Video game remix. Video game remix is FOMO, nostalgia, pity, and uncertainty. Buying a subscription to a limited time edition of something. Collecting something with limited value or limited availability, right? Storing things that you think are going to be worth more value later. These things are what I feel are the substantial amount of things that occur now. So most of this stuff is what I think when someone asks me a question, what about potential? Like this is how so we're going to connect it back to the first question you asked, Prokal. What about potential? The potential that I was trying to answer, I decided, I think you're referring to all of these things. FOMO, nostalgia, pity, uncertainty, value, and worth. Those are the 5 things that when someone asks me, oh, what is it that you do? How do you stay motivated? Why do you stay motivated? And they're specifically hoping, in my opinion, that these topics come up. So I intentionally, and I'm gonna tell you, Procol, you're probably used to it by now. I intentionally focus on these things because these things are more interesting to someone who is living in this world. So I spend, and earnestly, I rarely ever think about FOMO, nostalgia, pity, uncertainty, and value. I don't have to do that. I can go online and do that from someone else. Like what I have excess of, and remember, and hear me out. No, it's not one or the other. You don't like remove this. The goal is not to remove one of these things. The goal is to have both. You have to balance both. FOMO can drive posterity. Like these arrows show their relationship. So FOMO can drive posterity and legacy at any given point. These things are tied together. Pity can be a driver to want to increase your value or potential. My commentary here is to demonstrate that you can't have like only one. You can't only have potential without feeling uncertain, right? Because without the part of potential is because it is uncertain if you achieve that potential, or you could, or even can. And then when you start a beginning and closing off something, there is uncertainty in it. When you have posterity and legacy, you must also be able to evaluate the value and worth for yourself and other people. Your legacy is always going to be worth whatever it is that you think it's worth. At the same time, other people, posterity, is going to determine how much worth it is to them based on your legacy. So all of these things are tied up, right? However, in my opinion, if I had to say something, I think because of the internet's hyper-focusedness, more than 50% of the time when someone asks me an aspect, like the inner layer, the deeper motivations for them to ask questions about like their feelings and living situation and style choices, it deals with these 5. You're either self-pitying or self-deprecating, right? And it's predicated on the FOMO that you're exposed to and internalized, including nostalgia. And then it is wrapped around in uncertainty and value. There's enough uncertainty that you can trust someone else to tell you what the value of that is. So if you're going to start a course, right, on language learning, someone's value, their value is on their sleeve. You're looking at success. So you look to someone with that specific success. If you're going to choose anything, you're going to choose someone who already has that value. And then they're going to pass down that value by removing uncertainty. So basically, like, go to an expert. It's like, I want to be like you. Can you give me advice? Right? You're looking to remediate your certainty so that you can start something and then finish it. But the finishing part deals with that uncertainty in which you need the value from an expert. So when an expert exists, it means it's possible. And then when that expert sells you something or gives you something, it gives you a motivation to alleviate the uncertainty to start. And then it is through the value of that expert or interaction of that expert, hopefully, to give you closure, because you can achieve what they have achieved. That's just the beginning. I know I sound like I'm talking in circles, but it should sound like you're talking in circles. The reason why is I believe all of these things that are going around in circles must positively reinforce each other. If or reinforce each other in some way. If they are stopped, if you break this link, if you like sever these things, then you will be stuck. You will likely, like very, very likely, 50% of the time, greater than 50% of the time, be stuck in place. You would stagnate. If you don't have something to drive you, and this is covering even more now. I already made an argument that this is accounting for more than 50%. But if you add the other part that everyone else uses, like in my opinion, online, people who are chronically online, they use this system, then you have plenty of time to figure out what this system, like this other thing, works. So whenever someone says, I feel like I'm never making progress, like I missed out on the wave to be a famous content creator, what can I do? Go log your progress. That's legacy, by the way. And then go get feedback and like go teach what you have done. Austerity to address their FOMO. And it's like, well, you know, I used to be really smart and I used to be really fast. And now I just feel like it's not worth my time. Address potential to address nostalgia. And then it's like, oh man, you know, I'm just bad at this. I just suck at everything, right? Pity. New beginnings and finishing to address pity. You get them to start something and have them complete it with a reasonable, achievable goal, and that tells them that they don't suck at everything. You can choose many of these aspects to elicit many of these things in order to balance out, not counter, not substitute, not like replace these things. It's to balance them, like to balance with them. If you have pity, splash in a bit of beginnings and closure, or evaluate and create more potential. If you're uncertain, begin something and close something off. You know, do something, complete your goal. It's no longer uncertain. You know that there are certain things that are more certain than the things you're worried about, right? So then starting and closing is not as bad because of uncertainty. Value is legacy. So if you build something and you see even a tenuous value that's bigger than 0 or more than you expect, you can see that you can build value despite it being valueless in your head, right? So most of these things I've done from a daily purpose. So one of the earlier questions, like how often do I interact with people in the transitional period? 90% of the time. What are the things that I address most of the time using specifics as opposed to this? This is a general overview, right? These are general words. There's no specifics. I'm not talking about any specific person. You might feel like most of it can be generalized to everyone, and that's supposed to be true, because what I'm talking about in general is to apply it to everyone. But the specifics is where it gets interesting. So when I interact with people, most of their specifics deal with this column here. So most of the stuff that I interact with them deals with the columns over here. So if you say, oh yeah, man, I just missed out on a good sale, my first thought is, well, what is it worth now? And can you find something better now? Right? That's how you counter that, or how you balance out that. If you're focused on missing something and it's preventing you from doing something now for the future, then you counter it with something that is related to FOMO. Like if you fear of missing out before, and now you're using that time to worry about what you're missing out, in order to address what's missing out, you get them to do something now so they don't fear missing out later, right? Because it's not being balanced out, at least in my opinion. So whenever you feel nostalgia, also think about beginnings. When you feel pity, also think about legacy. When you feel uncertain, think about all the things you found closure with. If you're thinking about value, you can think about legacy. So that's a way to counterbalance yourself, right? Between recognizing your potential for function versus your potential for tolerance. All of these things are tolerances. FOMO, you're tolerating it. You're tolerating the idea. Nostalgia, you're tolerating the present because you think of a past. You pity yourself in order to tolerate why you feel that pity. Like, you pity yourself because other people are better. You pity yourself because you failed. You're tolerating that pity. You're also tolerating uncertainty because, oh yeah, I'm going to do this even though I know possibly that I won't be good enough. That's uncertainty. And then you tolerate it because there's value. There's something like worth, hopefully in the future, down the line. They're not forward seeking. All the right side, when you're thinking about tolerance, you're not seeking more. You're trying to meet sufficiency. So you're doing all your possibility to try to meet a value. On the left side, a high functioning person, they're not trying to meet sufficiency. They're trying to build more than they need. So if you're talking about potential, posterity, legacy, beginning and closing, they are often framed as, I want more. I'm greedy. I want to live. I want to continue living well beyond what my expectations are. So with these things, you can approach uncertainty with contentment, like happiness, excitement. You can approach your pity like, well, that sucks. All right, we're going to move along and make myself feel better, because there's no time to wallow in pity. It's like, yeah, nostalgia is great and all, but I can do better. I can do better than nostalgia. I can take that nostalgia and make it even better. Then that becomes nostalgia. And then FOMO is like, why do I need to fear missing out when there's so many things already available to me to do now? Like, you don't have to fear missing out when there's plenty of things you are already present to you, right? I think the fear of missing out is the idea that you have no other options. Like, you have no other closure, no other legacy, no other potentials. Because that fear comes from the idea that if you miss that thing out, your world is going to be net negative. It's going to be overall, like, you missed out on the launch event of this video game. Now your world is just sucky. You don't like video games anymore. It's like, well, there's another video game launching tomorrow, the next week. There might be like 10 video games that you can start right now, right? When they launch. FOMO is countered by, I don't know, what's the opposite of fear of missing out? Usually I would say it's potential, but there should be a funny, like, coined phrase for counter FOMO, like anti FOMO. What the heck is anti FOMO? Hype, maybe. Or for me, it's learning, right? If you have something to learn, FOMO goes away. Actually, most of my answer is learning. So if someone says, how do you deal with FOMO? Find something to learn. That washes away, because ultimately time is the equalizer. So the more time you spend on something that gives you negative aspects imbalanced, you need to balance it, and then, or you want to strive to balance it and then continue, right? Anyways, I've yet to meet someone that doesn't have a balance in these things and is consistently happy or content. So whenever I talk to people, it's an opportunity to see how often they use any of these concepts. For myself, like, I generalize people's comments and the nature of their comments in order to ascertain how healthy they are. So that's kind of like what I hope to do, maybe in a more semi-professional capacity in the future. Like, how do you become more effective at, quote unquote, more effective, consistent, right? Consistently effective at getting someone to do something like executive function stuff. Like, how do you get someone to pick up their axe and be like, I'm just gonna practice swinging an axe one day? And that's it's balancing those things. Rarely is it about trying to like make them not be themselves, right? I think that's one thing that I feel I have a big disagreement with a lot of individuals who sell the easy grift, right? The easy grift, which is a grift that's redundant. A grift is easy. When you grift someone, you attack their insecurities, which is what they're tolerating, and then you try to ask them to change all of that. Like, all of that is negative. It is something that you should just magically disappear. Like, how do you be successful? Stop being lazy. That's negative punishment, right? Rarely are grifts not focused on using punishment as the motivator, and most of those punishments line up with most of the tolerances. Like, how do you get someone to get a better grade? FOMO. If you don't get a better grade, then you'll miss out on good jobs. I mean, that still works. When I was growing up, you know, in a Chinese household, that's one of the techniques. My parents say, oh, you have to get good grades or else you're not going to get a good job. Negative punishment, right? It's also, and then when you get it and your job's not good enough, that's negative reinforcement. And the internet does just that. I would say 7 out of 10 things that I see on a non-random basis, more than 50%, is catered on negative reinforcement, which creates intolerant, like it hits the tolerant aspects to a point where they become intolerable. And in order to counter or balance that out, you focus on all the other aspects. So yes, you do talk about potential, but you're not talking about potential as a limit. You're talking about potential as a unachievable goal. So the difference between someone who's high functioning and successful that answers, do you think you have reached your potential? Do you think negative reinforcement is unstable? It's not sustainable. I don't think it's the same word, but unstable means like it could be unpredictable. So I don't know which way you mean, but negative reinforcement alone, anything alone is unsustainable by default. Like, you can't do just negative reinforcement. So if we're talking about in the realm of consistency, right? Like being consistent, sustainable, it's like the others. Negative reinforcement is not inherently bad. It requires the support of everything else, right? So negative reinforcement should be tied and also lead to positive reinforcement. You have negative punishment and positive punishment that can lead to negative reinforcement or positive reinforcement. The idea is that they all exist tied together. It is unstable when one, or is unstable, especially emotionally unstable, and non-sustainable when someone believes none of these things are connected. So like, they believe that positive reinforcement is the only way life is successful. Then you lose out on quote unquote FOMO. You have to tolerate negative reinforcement, punishment, a positive and negative punishment, right? So the idea is often any one thing, in my opinion, when it comes to these things, is not sufficient. Starting with one or the other, looking at the bottlenecks is great. So we think about bottlenecks, right? If we have 5 effectors, life, when it comes to like mental health, especially mental health, it's often whichever is the weakest. So like you have this stuff, right? Then addressing this addresses unstable. Things that are unstable or non-sustainable. This is my opinion about fundamentals, about like quality of life things. I don't think people agree with, like, I'm not here to say that I have some universal answer to things. Other people will disagree with this. Typically, the value that you can gain from it is to think about, you're thinking about rate limiting, right? The potential, right? Rate limiting steps, which is if you heavily rely on negative reinforcement, then there's an imbalance to be addressed. So let's say if you really focus on negative reinforcement, this would be your negative reinforcement. And why is it unstable? Because everything else, there's something else that is limiting it, right? If you constantly focus on negative reinforcement, then where's your positive reinforcement? And then let's say you solve the positive reinforcement. Like, okay, that's good. So maybe overall you'll be happy, right? Over 50% negative reinforcement and positive reinforcement will solve that. And then suddenly one day you encounter something that requires punishment, or it tacks punishment. Punishment could unstabilize in, causes an imbalance of adjusted imbalance. So then you have to learn how to raise this up, maybe just enough, right? And remember, all of this is relative. So when something goes down, other things become less practice because time is very fickle and humans they adapt, right? This is adapting. So at any one time, there will be stability and instability on certain things when someone compartmentalizes or hyper focus on these things. And any one time, all of these aspects are neither good or bad. They have appropriatenesses, and that sounds really complicated, right? It's meant to be really complicated. As you grow older, most of your stuff becomes more complicated. You can choose to simplify your life. There's also simplification. That is presuming that you can or you're able to without obligation. And that's kind of nice because when you're successful or successful enough, you can seek to simplify your life, right? When you're 70, 80, you could retire. Things become less complicated to some extent in certain areas that you want to be less complicated. So, not really the greatest answer, I understand. Any one thing is often non-sustainable and unstable. I think it's through the understanding of where your instability is, what is unstable, that you can get ahead of it, or you can up it, right? And then you can reach sufficiency. So there's, like, I'm using pluses and minuses, but generally speaking, there is often enough time. I would argue at the other end, there's enough time to be just good enough for most things, to tackle most things in your life. So what does that look like? I'm not saying a successful person has like 100% positive reinforcement. That is, I don't even know what kind of person that is. Like, I can't even believe, it's so difficult for me to imagine someone who says something like, oh, what motivates you to do this? And everything that comes out of that person's mouth is positive reinforcement. That would be like, how do you even get there, right? You can't, it's so difficult to imagine experiencing positive reinforcement without interacting with negative punishment negative and positive punishment and negative reinforcement. It's like kind of saying I am always happy. It's like, well, if you're always happy, how do you know you're always happy? I don't understand. Right? How do you know you're improving when you have nothing to compare it to? Now, hear me out. That doesn't stop people from making arguments like that. Like, for example, when someone says, this isn't working. Right? Or this is not going to work. This isn't working, or this isn't gonna work in months' time. But they did it for 2 days. And my first thought is, how do you know? Like, how does this even... I don't understand. How do you get here? Or things like, what was a good one? This is a good one for temporal things. Like, this isn't working, and then you need to do it for months, and after 2 days, they're like, I know this isn't going to work. Now, I'm not saying they're wrong. There's a difference, because what are they comparing it to? They think they're comparing it to the results that they're getting. Their 2-day results is telling them it's not working. And my argument is, no, you're not thinking that. So I have to ask them a question. Here's my question. What have you done before for months? Because that is the point of comparison. You are comparing it to something you have done before for months. That's where you get the non-leap, well, it's still a leap of logic, but this is a closer comparison. That's the same as saying you're always happy. So if you don't experience sadness, what are you comparing your happiness to? And you can make an argument, okay, maybe they're comparing it to something that provides happiness. So now they're comparing two things that provide happiness, or whatever they define as happiness. That's a way to go about it. Usually though, when people say I'm happy, they would say they're not sad. I'm like, if you're always happy, how do you know you're sad? You're probably comparing something that is both happy and sad. Like, there are different elements. Like A, let's say, provides like 50% happiness, and then 50% sadness, whatever that is. And then you're comparing it to something that's B, which is like 70% happiness and 30% sadness, right? That is a way you compare things. In people's mind, that's not the same situation. And how does that relate? It relates to like the aspect of FOMO. What is contrasting with FOMO? Hope. So it's a combination of both hope and FOMO. So whenever someone says something like, oh, I don't have any hope, no hope, I always experience FOMO. I'm like, okay, so we gotta find a way to compare FOMO. So find a source of FOMO, compare it to another source of FOMO, and then ask them, how does hope factor into that? Because on B, maybe FOMO is like at 70%. And it's normalized. So their example would be, it's always 100% on the thing they're relative to. So when FOMO goes down, something else goes up. Is it hope? Or potential? And that's how, in my opinion, you get to comparing things. So that relates back to negative reinforcement. Each habit, every habit that you're trying to form is a balance of negative reinforcement, positive reinforcement, negative, positive punishment, and then in the scape of removing something, there might be extinction, right? That's kind of how I would go about it in thinking about things. So yes, and I would say generally speaking, if you're consistently focused on one thing, it will almost always seem unstable and non-sustainable because it's not enough to describe how it becomes unstable. Always having a good thing is unstable. Always having a bad thing is unstable too. A lot of times when people say they always have bad things, it's non-sustainable and unstable. That is very intuitive. If you're always having a good thing, you're going to be able to find that it's also unstable. There's too much of a good thing. So compartmentalization works really well in the short term. It's often at the pros and cons of sacrificing stability and consistency. So you can sprint really, really fast for short periods of time, but you can run very long time consistently by balancing your speed. Well, this is related to a conversation we had earlier about like the running thing, about strides and breathing and whatnot when in our Discord conversation. So I was tying that back in. Yeah. So balance both. Yeah. I do think negative reinforcement alone is unstable. Largely because I'm biased towards a holistic approach. It's difficult to really understand something if you're trying to compartmentalize it in when it's happening. So if you can isolate it, that's like science, right? Science. Can you isolate negative reinforcement without having to deal with positive reinforcement and negative and positive punishment? That would be interesting. Then you can probably answer that question, right? That's kind of like in language learning. In language learning, can you do input only? That's my gripe. Like, I have gripes with algo forwarded language learning tips and advice. Can you actually achieve input only? I mean, I can't. Like, I have problems I can't. Like, in my opinion, it is highly improbable that I can learn a language by input only. It is with incredible generalization. You would have to generalize so hard. And it's not even the word that I would use because I'm using generalization, is why I can't do that. You would have to compartmentalize so hard in order to believe that language learning is input only, and that's sufficient. And remember, we're talking about sufficiency. I'm not talking about sufficiency. I'm talking about like greediness. It's crazy to think that something like this, language learning input only, and it's marketed, actually it's being spoken by the person as being, they're talking about sufficiency. So that's just enough if you're doing this, if you're compartmentalizing, right? That doesn't mean it's the best. Like, somehow algos speak and internet trending turn sufficiency into best. Those are two really, they're like at odds with each other a lot of times. When you think of best, you rarely am thinking about sufficient. And it's really awkward because I'm usually at the other end. I'm usually at the end of sufficiency. So I understand the theory or the proposition as demonstrating sufficiency, but somehow that become best. Like, how do you think doing one task is going to be ultimately the best? It's shocking to me. You might be thinking, like, one, you know, whoever is coming by, they might be thinking, well, yes, Like, you focus on one thing, you'll be the best at it, right? Right? Like, if you only focus on running, you will become the best runner of all time. Think about how unrealistic that is. Like, I can't begin to tell you how strong of a compartmentalization that you would need to think that, oh, in general, if you only focus on drawing, if you focus on only drawing dogs, then you become the best at drawing dogs. For me, I think it's incredibly asinine to think human potential and human abilities are so compartmentalized that you can reduce it to even this. And input only is a trigger for me because I get triggered quite a bit by learning, because we're specifically talking about the second L of language learning. Learning is not input only. Like, you do not only have to do inputs. This is seen as best is because all you do is tolerate. And it's predicated on FOMO, even nostalgia even. Because what is nostalgia? Doing the things that you already know how to do. Like, I only want to input only because I only input only most of the time. That's I as in like the figurative hypothetical, not like myself. Like, for example, I always watch YouTube videos. I like doom scrolling. I only get told what I want to like. I only input things. I never create things. So therefore, this must be the best method for me because learning only deals with inputting. So the easiest thing you can possibly do to tolerate learning is by using input only. And my first thought is like, this is the best you can do. And like, I want like harsh words. This is the hot takes. Like, it's not the best you can do. It's not even close to the best you can do. If you think that the thing you're currently doing, nostalgia, right? Nostalgia, certainty, to combat uncertainty, value system, your existing value system, and then FOMO, missing out on the easiest thing you can do, is input only, then my first say would be everything that deals with potential posterity, legacy, and beginning and closure. Because you can input something, output something, and that's beginning and close. Beginning and close. What do you do when you output and instead of input only? You build posterity and legacy. If you're only inputting, you rarely interact with someone else. And oftentimes people are like, oh, input only, because you don't need feedback from someone else. It's like it got to the point where people think that going to a teacher, sitting in class, and inputting only is the reason why teaching works. Or like, you go to a classroom and you only need to input only to learn something in class. You don't interact with the teacher, you don't ask questions, you don't answer their questions, you don't ask for feedback from them because you believe that in life, like the internet, you can just be told everything and somehow input only will magically make you competent at output. And that's where, in my opinion, the input only thing took off. Like, feedback is not input only. Feedback requires output. Self-reflection requires output. So that is kind of a great, this is my current example of, if you know who you're talking to, then there's a chance you can expand their world if they want. But generally speaking, the uphill battle is compartmentalization nowadays. And not because it's inherently negative. I don't think input only is inherently negative. I don't think compartmentalization is inherently negative. I think there's an over-representation of it. So it's over-represented. For example, if I ever meet someone who is like exclusively positive reinforcing, I would probably introduce some negative reinforcement. I was like, okay, I know that you're constantly optimistic and everything you say always lead to meaningful things. What happens when you don't? Do you gain anything from that? Right? Honestly, though, when someone is relying solely on one thing, they're more likely to present problems anyways. So you don't really have to ask questions to see their problems. Like someone who like tried to min-max and best on positive reinforcement, they'll probably talk about how they're punishing themselves. Like here's an example. If someone has 100% positive reinforcement, the first thing that I can think of that would occur from 100 positive reinforcement is perfectionism. So you can find those people. Like, oh yeah, everything I do will always produce something that will get me to do other things. What's another one? Burnout. So all the other things are also like burnout and perfectionism are literally one of those things. Like extreme behavior is when you do all or nones. So rarely do any of these concepts have extreme success application. So if you're extreme in any of these things, you typically will have momentary successes, but they are not stable because stability is a balance. Stability is homeostatic. So in with some good, in with some bad, quote unquote, in with some less, in with some more, right? That is human. It's part of the human experience. If humans do not balance things, then they are incapable of stability, right? That's the whole idea of stability. Stability is the balance between on and off. Stability is inherently the consequence of balance. So if human is ebb and flowing between extremes, then of course these things exist, and they exist together. So what is the most common problems that self-pity, nostalgia, and FOMO reinforces? Perfectionism, burnout, extreme behavior, always being negative or always being positive, zeros and ones, all of them still exist. Like heck of philosophical in here. Oh no, we're talking to Procall here, so Procall and I have lots of things like that. All right, so that's probably where we should wrap it up for the day. But yeah, so much more. But generally speaking, what is unstable is something that is inherently not balanced, right? So if we were to make like a really funny semantic argument, in unstable things are imbalanced things because they're literally not stable, right? So like stability is balanced, right? That this is a stable thing when A and B are balanced, or however you balance it. That's literally what stability is in terms of like the English language. So what is not stable? When you only ask about one thing. So if you only think of one thing, like, oh, eating sugar, do you think eating sugar is unstable? Yes, it is. Because sugar is one thing that is balanced by other things, that kind of thing. So negative reinforcement is also balanced by positive reinforcement. And they're not like the same weight. So let's not try to, they're not 1-to-1. So that is a whole different story. Like 1-to-1, like you have to argue like how much negative reinforcement balances a select amount of positive reinforcement. And that usually the rarer, if you want to think about a relational thing, the rarer something is, the more likely that it has a higher perceived value. It's not always the case, but the impact is probably the word I would use as opposed to value. The rarer something is, humanistically, right, like the human condition, the impact would be greater. So if positive reinforcement is rarer, then this ratio actually goes up. So if positive reinforcement is rare, then there would require a larger number of negative reinforcement to be balanced by positive reinforcement. So if you have one instance of a positive reinforcement, then your 10 instances of negative reinforcement can be balanced. Because ultimately, in my opinion, on the human condition side of things, when something is rare, it ends up having a higher impact. Now, perceived impact, whether they are literally equivalent, that's a different story. You know, it's about objectivity and all that stuff. Like, for example, you can make an argument like a book, like gold, for example, and silver, right? And even then, there's still subjective natures about the value of gold and silver, when that equates itself as well. So this is probably like, so if you are able to find like one form of positive reinforcement, depending on how rare it is in your life, it can create a dramatic impact that can offset something that is very common or in high supply. And that's the game of balance, right? And to really put this scale in a much more, a lot more elaborate way, it's negative reinforcement, negative and positive punishment that are incredibly common, and they are usually tipping this side of the scale. Positive reinforcement now is a luxury for most people. For myself, negative reinforcement is actually much lower because the rarity of negative reinforcement is kind of rare. So it's actually like 1 to 2 for me. Like I have a fairly decent amount of positive reinforcement. So because of it being less rare, it also means it can dampen the impact. And that's to understand how humans respond to things. If you have a saturation of something, or you have something that's readily, easily attainable and constantly reproducing, eventually it dampens their impact. I'm not going to use value because value tends to be like bad or good, but the impact, it can be a negative impact or a positive impact or the extent of impact. So when you are relying a lot on something, it becomes less and less impactful only when it is balanced with something that you can create stability. So if you're really negative most of the time, try being positive a little bit, and it can do wonders. Then when you continue to do more positive things, the impact of that positive thing will also lessen. So you may participate in negative reinforcement. The idea is those things exist together to achieve an outcome which is objective, right? Like a task you have to do. You're trying to make it stable enough. It's about being more efficient, like sufficient. It doesn't have to be ideal. You don't always have to reach a stability for everything. It has to be stable long enough to do the task at hand. And that's usually in my opinion, the more realistic way to think about it. Is your current habit, or the habit that you're trying to create, stable enough with the balance of reinforcement that you know it can become a stable habit? Because this balancing act goes out the window when you hit habit forms. Habit forms then has a self-sustaining loop, whatever it is. But until you reach this state of habit formation, you're going to have a conversation about reinforcement, right? You'll typically have a conversation about that. And that usually talks about feeling of progress, workload, time management. All these deal with the negative, positive reinforcements, negative and positive punishments, extinction. They're the specifics. So now you're talking about how do you feel progress? Because if you can feel progress, that's positive reinforcement in short term. Negative reinforcement, how do you, like, for progress, how do you know when you're getting worse? The discussion about progress, right? Then that would be negative reinforcement. Or negative reinforcement, if you have progress, expecting progress, then you don't feel bad about it. That's negative reinforcement. Punishment is you have to do more work when your progress drops. And then negative punishment is you get a bad grade for failing something, right? For failing to meet your progress goals. So and then workload can be defined in all those things as well, and so is time. Like if you run out of time, when you run out of time, you have to make more time to do it. Positive punishment. When you run out of time and you just accept that you ran out of time, negative punishment. When you have enough time to do something so you don't have to spend more time later, negative reinforcement. When you have more than enough time and you use that extra time to do even more, positive reinforcement. So those are like the things, right? I usually often view it like this way, where you have reinforcement and punishment, and then this is positive and negative. So you can evaluate pretty much most of these things. If you're still having to worry, right, in your mind, you still have to worry about changing up progress, workload, time, and stuff. You're still in the reinforcement stage. When it becomes a habit, you no longer have to think about these things. You're like, this becomes intuitive. Yeah, so that's the goal. You went down from 5 to 3 grammar lessons in Bunpro. Was taking too long, 1 hour just on lessons. Yeah, I have to. I'm gonna do something a little different. Since I'm still reviewing, once I hit, I'm gonna consolidate for a month or something. So basically we're getting the lesson, but it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable for me. So we're gonna do like a consolidation. And then for sure, when I start up the N4 deck or something, it's still going to be review, but we're going to reduce the volume. It's taking quite a long time. Like I want to do something and I want to continue to do these things that I'm doing now, like ranting about mental health and whatnot. But it's becoming very apparent that I'm not too much. My volume is the amount of time is too much. Yeah, I imagine the vocab lessons will all be reviewed for a while, especially. Yes, they are. And they are review in the sense of reviewing them with additional nuances, and the nuances are taking a lot of time. So what I mean is the actual review still takes time, right? The actual review still takes time. However, the stuff that is interacting is also taking up time. Like thinking of haiku as flying by is an English translational nuance, and those things are stacking up too. And with every new vocabulary review, there's also a flex in the way Bunpro shares that. So I would have to lower the vocab volume as well. Because I spend looking at all the alternative meanings, all the meanings that aren't commonly used out of curiosity. Like sudo being cost. I totally forgot about that. Yesterday, we used sudo for cost. Translationally interpreting it as cost in English. And my first thought is like, oh yeah, that's right. That's kind of one of the first ones. Yeah, Bunpro includes all the definition from Jisho. Yeah. And then they give you like a review for that. So like for example, to suru something, you can simply say like an object and the cost, like the amount, and then you can use suru. And that would involve a translational aspect of saying this is to cost something. Which in English, right, and in Japanese, you can actually use a different way of explaining cost. But that's what's slowing me down. So with every new vocab lesson and stuff, they would also have examples to use all the other things. Like for example, to teach in context in English could mean to give directions. That was one of the other examples that I had that hung up. So in the context, you're giving directions to someone. And that was an act of teaching. So it was an example of using oshieru as opposed to like giving directions in English. So like you can teach the directions as well in English, right? But the thing is, that's probably not the expression in translation, right? In translation. So I'm very interested in these things. And they're really useful. Time is a limiting factor though. However enthusiastic I am, I'm getting like tired. My exhaustion is increasing. So like I do need to make time because I want to play video games. I still want to play video games and get ready for February and stuff. And this is the whole purpose of Bunpro right now. The first month is to figure out what volume it is. And I see that you are also doing the same thing, James, like trying to figure out whatever new workflow you have. So right now I'm stretched a bit thin. And I wouldn't be able to continue this to the end of 2026. So we're thinking about how to work on it, how to rebalance the schedule. And it's part of the month. This is expected. I did the same for WaniKani and HanziHero. Like I went back and forth, tried to narrow it down. And in the second month, we did other things. And eventually it'll come to a balance point for at least 6 months. Because after 6 months, then we have to talk about WaniKani and HanziHero's workload just disappearing. And then replace either substituting or integrating it in a different way. Oh. Wait. Oh.
Shinkoku.
I have to switch. Now we're gonna go back. We're done with the 1.5 hour digression. So now we're gonna go back to completing our lessons now. Why do I think this was Sai? Oh. Heck, hold. Pickle is weird. I think that's weird. Still, I mean, it's new, but it still feels a little weird. Oh no. Hang on. What? I think it's... Oh no.
Kuchibeni.
Kuchibeni. I don't know if I'm ever gonna use Kuchibeni, but I can kind of see it in February in games with lipstick. I can kind of see lipstick being in a discussion. You're gonna head out now, but it's always been a pleasure as always. All the best. Yes, Procall. Good luck, good luck. Until next time, right? Stay safe. Take care. And good luck with everything. Look forward to catching up again, Procall. Thanks for hanging out and giving me the opportunity to expound upon other things. Pleasure.
Ura.
爪。忠実。源氏物語。
源氏物語. One day I'm gonna read this. I don't know what they're referring to, but one day we'll try to.
放射能。
放射能. Oh.
爪切り
Okay.
加藤
Oh.
進め。
Oh no. What is this, Harbor? Okay. Oh, Genji is like the oldest Japanese book or something. Yeah. Yep. I hope there's like a bridge or modernization of it as well, because I'm probably going to be relying on a modernization of it. So maybe I'll watch or read someone's like contemporary take on Tale of Genji. Or like maybe like a reference or an allusion or an adaptation. I mean, I don't know how well being one of the oldest Japanese books would be able, like one would be able to read that or not, despite knowing that. Yeah, there are modernization versions and TV adaptation. I figured. It's like what an analogous translation, analogous thing. I would love to read the old Shakespearean pieces. However, realistically, I would have to say that regardless of how, say, good my modern English is, it's Shakespeare. So oftentimes we go to like modernized versions and TV adaptations in order to maybe encourage myself to delve and touch upon classic literature. I spent actually a year to 2 years in classic British literature, and it's a very humbling experience when you try to read like Paradise Lost and Beowulf or something like that. You could use No Fear Shakespeare. Oh, that's interesting. No Fear Shakespeare sounds cute. Yeah, I enjoyed my time with Shakespeare. Macbeth, King Lear, obviously Romeo and Juliet, but King Lear was really fun. I haven't read most of, like for English, right? There's also like the Canterbury Tales, very fun little nod to A Knight's Tale. That's a fun little adaptation. The late Heath Ledger's, some of the late Heath Ledger's role. A Knight's Tale is based on Canterbury Tale, the first tale of the Canterbury Tales. And those things are not quite the most modern ways to read things, but it is very fun to look at modernizations. I'm not one that is incredibly steeped in requiring nostalgia and traditionalism and whatnot. It is a great gateway, though, a gateway to that interest. I enjoyed lots of modernizations of Macbeth. Macbeth is, yeah, that's a wild one. I am in the middle of watching Wicked 2. And, you know, speaking of modernizations and tales as old as time, situation, right? Wizard of Oz. It's interesting. No Fear Shakespeare. I'll make a note of that. That sounds cute. It has an internal rhyme in it, so definitely sounds like a modern thing. You saw Wicked 2 at cinema, was good? Oh, so you dabble in musicals as well. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna watch. Like probably this week sometime. I watched a anime movie called 100 Meters. 100 Meters, which was Jack watched 100 Meters, and that basically moved that movie to the top list, and it was a really wonderful one. Its animation style is quite intriguing. The message that it's giving is very gold standard of sports anime. And it's a period piece, so it has shifts in time. Coming of age. It's a coming of age movie. I'm a sucker for coming of age movies, especially with period shifts, like transitional periods. You go from kids, the adolescent, so 13, around 13. It's a little bit younger in this one, and then you have the high school transition, and then the post high school transition, the professional transition, and that's like tackling the 3 periods of coming of age stories. It has quite a lot of parallelisms with the current trends in anime movies. A Look Back is very similar in that way, with a little less of a tragic thing. Sports tend to be a lot more motivating. And the new age trend is not about who wins, it's about winning together. So a lot of these sports anime nowadays is about winning and winning in defeat as well. Like sportsmanlike conduct, mutual togetherness, friendship rivalries situation, as opposed to the importance of who is actually the objective winner in things. And 100 meters definitely pulled it off. That ending was very poetic. Like the way they closed off the movie is incredibly poetic. And it only deals with up to the person's like mid-20s, basically, like early 20s. It goes from childhood to early 20s. I think I'm pretty sure they were in the National League, not like a national high school league anymore near the end. Passage of time movies make you really feel like it's epic. All right. Let's get back to Pagan tree. Oh.
異性
Nope. Yes, no. Oh no. And I have to come back to this.
Kitanai.
I...
Jikokhyou.
Okay. What?
裏通り
I don't know what I typed. Oh, wait. Whoops.
はい。
Oops. Ah! Wait. No, it's not that. Uh. Oh. Becky.
席
Okay.
著作
Okay.
電磁場
Enchiba.
野暮
Double.
天皇
Tenno.
武装
Uso. Whoops.
異なる。
Ah. Oh.
ご用。
ご用。
肺病。
ああ。
生前。筋肉。損。
や、whoops。
家賃。
灰色。
尊敬。
賃貸。
同窓会。Oh, no, wait.
無糖。
夜更け。夜更け。Oh. What? Wait. Hang on.
常勤。
Oh man.
砂。敬語。自撮り。
盛る。宣伝。
噂。いや。通勤。
お
勤める。
筋。
Uh,
暮らす。へ。垂直。
Hmm. Smaho ga suichoku ni tatte ite びっくりした。Oh. Okay. Heck. Dang it. I almost had it. I don't... Oh, wait. Wait. No. Tadachi.
Unagi donburi.
It's crazy that whenever I say eel in my head, I actually immediately just say unagi. Like when I go out or to eat something, I don't ever say like I'm gonna eat eel. I say I'm gonna eat unagi. Like unagi is so synonymous, like for me, for like a representation by Japanese cuisine, that at nearly at any instance in which I consume eel, it involves unagi, like Japanese cuisine. So it is a way, it's one of those feelings where it's difficult for me to figure out eel as opposed to unagi. Kind of like saying sushi as opposed to like it's a roll, a rice roll or something like that. It's very much like that for eel. And also bowl as well. I don't say bowl too much. I actually say one, right? One, which is a chawan would be, you can limit, you can abbreviate, in my opinion, chawan to one. So one or bowl. There's something about the word bowl that I'm not, I guess I don't intuitively say bowl. I don't actually say bowl. I'm trying to think of all the moments in which I would say bowl. This would be like one of the fun things. I would say unagi one. as opposed to unagi donburi.
Uragiri. Chitai.
Chitai. Yo. Oh. Yofukashi.
夜更かし
Koi.
Koi. Hmm.
Herikutsu.
What? Oh, not irrational, illogical.
Kame.
I mean, overdue. This one's pretty on top of easily top 5. Pretty rough. I think the first syllable is not correct. No. Todo. Todoko. Todokoru.
滞る
炒める。
What the E? It's not like not the same. Probably like maintain. The main same thing.
降参する。
裏口
悪霊。
Oops. Oh no. Alright, hold up.
大損。
誤解
I Heck, I know this isn't foo. I was taken aback by the lack of foo. I think. Yes. How do we with this? Not with, but with the. It's Kuyomi, right?
忠告著者変装窓
My M doesn't actuate all the time. It's about like 70% of the time.
Kozoku.
Huh? This is equipment, right? Equipment. I screw up equipment. No. No. Wait. What? Did I screw up equipment? Oh.
装置
Ouch. Extend? Okay. Nendoken. That's a big one. Darn you. Darn you.
異常
Oops.
損害 指揮者 互い
What the agreement? Heck. Man. Human. Not good.
秘訣
It's oh, that's decision. Objection.
5
Let's
時
see.
「雑誌
See?
服装 貴重品
灰皿 前村
Hold. Yamari? No. Mayari? Oh, I think I'm missing something before. Ayamari. Aya.
誤り 股間
Oh, nope. Just kidding. Wait, am I kidding? I have lost. Oh. Oops. Moment. Hello?
勤め
肺がん
Icon.
皇室
否定
Eh,
装い
That's rough. Your soul is rough. That's different, right? Yes. Got.
Songo.
醤油
股関節 裏切る 皇太子
What? Oh. Yeah. Oh, wait.
怪我
Kega? I skipped 2. I can carve. What the carve? Interesting. And a sock? No. What is the other one? It's not? Kizu? Oh, it's
損なう
Uh, I really thought this was cutting. Oh, Kusamu? Oops. Oh. Okay. Hard. It's something like, it's definitely za. Probably like kiza.
刻む
That one's a little suspect. That is pretty suspect. All right. I think we're not gonna get to Persona. The thing I wanted to do with Persona. Okay. We don't need to do radicals. Radicals are fine. Alright, let's go over our definition. There are definitely rough ones here. Salmon. Fry. Uncle Aunt. Former. Surname. Pickle. Trade. Commander. Alliance. Deed. That's not deed. Stretch. Deed. Well up. Reach. Nada. With. Exchange. Luck. Nucleus. Open sea. Rope. Harbor. Offer. Heal. Inherit. Maintain. Reliant. Step. Generally. Trust. Oh, wait. Reliant is not correct. Wait. I think deed is not correct. Oh no. Hold up. This is debt. This is deed. This is reliant. Fear. Agreement. Bang. Ultra. Alright, let's do harmonics here. We got sake. Eat. Bulby. Cucumber. Saber. Cucumber. Bowl. Shogun. May. Nori. Not really deaf. Yeah, I think so. Cyborg. Youth. Cucumber. Now. Habanero. Con. Ek. Tuck. Oki. Joe. 2. 10. Bro. Cake. Eagle. Eagle. No. E. Tokyo. Han Solo. Guy. Eagle. Car. This one got lost a little, right? Yes. Heck. Name lost. Dang it. duck. Gecko. Go. Alright, let's do our read. There's quite a lot of kunyomis here. Sake. Ito. Sake. Salmon. Ito. Fry. Oh. Uncle, aunt. You. Formal. Se. Sho. Surname. Wait. Pickle is not cucumber. Why did I cucumber there? Oops. Yeah. This is 2. It's for pickle. Oh, trade. Show commander. May alliance. No. Stretch. Side depth. You well up. You reach. Na or nada. Or with. On exchange. Eki pluck. Kaku. Nucleus. Oki. Open sea. Jo. Rope. Tsu. Harbor. En. Offer. Roll. Yo. Bill. K. Inherit. Eat. Maintain. E. Feed. Full. Step. Un. Generally. Guy. Trust. E. Reliant. Ka. Ska. Fear. Kaku. Agreement. Ye. Bang. Cho. Ultra. Ooh. Alright. Ooh, my eyes. Alright, folks. That's a wrap. Our WaniKani session today. We're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to stop on by, discuss things, talk about things, ask questions, I don't know, ruminate. Today we spent a bit of a digression on talking about potential and then how it relates to other things, right? I revealed some of my current narratives with how potential relates with posterity, legacy, closure, and beginnings while balancing out the tolerant stages of things like FOMO, uncertainty, nostalgia, value, right? Static value, or value based on static and promises, right? Along with other things. You're always welcome discussing, expressing, asking questions. Leads to chances of emergent thoughts, critical thinking skills, and problem solving skills, right? Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I want to get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は14日目です。It is day 14. Not too much yesterday. I think we're starting to settle in with how we be doing the encoding. Encoding's still a bit rough. So technically it hasn't refreshed yet, but the nice thing about Bunpro is you just simply click and you do the next batch. Largely because yesterday was WaniKani reviewed lesson day, so it was past midnight, so hence the thing. But we're still going to do our 5 and our 20 vocabulary from our N5 set. Let's get into it. Non-adjective plus da, the predicate. Right, yesterday we had the e adjective and predicate. Right. So predicate is a word that describes the topic or subject of a sentence, right? The Japanese equivalent of this is a jutsuko, and which is dealing with a statement verb thing, obviously, or a descriptor. As a predicate, non-adjectives can appear by themselves when the word they are describing does not need to be stated, or they may be used at the end of a sentence. It is important to remember that all non-adjectives can also function as nouns, and therefore tend to sound more like a noun than an adjective when used as a predicate.
素敵
Huh. Okay.
彼氏は素敵です
Okay. When there are no other words apart from the adjective itself, it comes across similarly to it's pretty or it's hated. And similar expression in English. We just have to guess what the it is from context, right? But why is there a... Oh, because it's implied. Okay. Caution, unlike e-adjectives, non-adjectives change form depending on where they are in the sentence, right? At the end of a sentence, they will always be followed by da or des, except in casual conversations where da is omitted. Okay, so that was what they were demonstrating there. However, when used before the word they are describing, they will always followed by right na, hence the name non-adjective. In many sentences, either wa or ga can be used to mark the word or words that the predicate is describing. Right? Which one sounds more natural would depend on many factors. In general, if you are specifically pointing out something as being different from other things in the same category, ga would be okay.
有名な駅は汚いですこの有名な駅が汚いです
I wonder if they're gonna parenthetically highlight that in English. In this example, ga is distinguishing a specific station as having a unique level of dirtiness, right? Compared to others, wa would sound unnatural in this. So this is like combining 2 or 3 grammar points, actually. Fun fact, most non-adjectives are words of foreign. Yeah, and then we did... Oh, it doesn't link to the other thing. Interesting. Let's see how well I recall yesterday's lesson. Datta deshita. Okay, we Okay, yeah. This is not past tense. E adjectives cannot be used with datta or deshita. Yeah, because they also have their own things. In order to say something that was a certain way in Japanese, you will... Wait. Oh no, this is the complementary. This is a complementary for the e-adjectives. We haven't gotten to non-adjectives yet. This is a non-adjective past tense, right? You will need to use datta, casual, or deshita attached to the end of noun or non-adjectives. This is simply a combination of 2 auxiliary verbs, da or des when polite, with ta, right? So, for datta, we need to add, right, ta to be the base form of da. For des, su was changed to shi and then shita, right?
あの電車は静かだった。
Adjective, shizuka.
富士山は綺麗でした。
Right. Caution, the past form of e adjectives cannot be linked with datta or deshita as their own set of conjugation rules, which should be written here to be related, but not. Interesting. Which actually, I better double check. I want to double check. Fortunately, there's no like excellent way of getting to that. What is the past tense? It would be like katta, right? Katta, and I think the polite is katta des. You just add des to it or something, is what was their remark. Oh no. Oh no. And janai, okay, we're getting all the non-adjective stuff. And then yeah, the polite as dewa versus ja. Oh boy. Janai is the casual form of dewanai, right? Dewanai. Dewa is regularly contracted to ja in Japanese, so it's worth remembering as its own structure. Janai or dewanai are the structures used for creating the negative form of the noun and nouns and non-adjective, as opposed to kunai. Kunai for e adjectives. These structures are simply added to the base form of the noun or non-adjective.
これは食べ物じゃない。この携帯は便利じゃない。
Ja and dewa can also be used with the negative mas form of aru to create the polite variant. Oh, that makes sense now. Yeah.
それは飲み物ではありません。あなたの部屋は綺麗ではありません。
Both ja and dewa. The ja part is different. Night is sometimes said or written as ne or ne. However, this is considered very casual, so even a bit rough. Accordingly, is best avoided in most conversation.
俺はバカじゃねえよ。
じゃねえよ. Oh yeah, I heard that on occasion. Question. Janai is used very frequently to ask question. This is similar to janai ka, a grammar point covered in a lesson. However, the nuance difference is that janai as a question is a little bit more blunt, like isn't it? Isn't it? In English. On the other hand, janai ka is more like don't you think? Oh boy. Kire wa muri janai? Kore wa muri janai? Kore wa muri janai ka? Okay. When janai is used as a question, it will usually be obvious due to a rising tone. Yeah. Indeed. Didn't relate to those. Oh no, there's some relation. Synonym. Synonym. Ichidan negative. The negative form of a ru verb indicates does not or will not do something. In contrast, janai, the negates, okay. While both express negation, they apply to different types of words. By the synonym. Right, the opposites. Makes sense. The adjectives, yeah, there's the kunai. So we're trying to focus specifically on all the things that we've covered in relation. The adjectives form a negative reply replacing e with kunai. Right. Alright. Janakatta. Hold. Okay, right. Now we're doing the past tense negative for non-adjectives. Janakatta is the casual form of dewa nakatta. Wait, yeah. Dewa itself is regularly contracted to ja in Japanese, so it's worth remembering, right? Janakatta and dewakatta are the structures used for creating the negative past form of nouns and adjectives. Either janakatta, dewakatta will simply be added to the base form of a noun or an adjective, right?
あそこは病院じゃなかった。この車は便利じゃなかった。
Okay. Ja and dewa may also use with negative past mas and arimasu. Or aru. Correct, yes.
あれは猫ではありませんでした。あの人は綺麗ではありませんでした。
Oh boy. Alright. What's our last one? Kunakatta. Oh, we didn't use the... Yeah, we didn't get the past tense of the e adjective, the negative past tense of e adjectives yet. In order to create the negative past form of e adjectives, we will need to use the conjugation form. The conjugation form of an e adjective is simply creating by removing the e and replacing it with ku. Ku is then followed by nai. Conjugate to its past form is nakatta or arimasu, and then becomes arimasen deshita. Right.
私は太くなかったよ。
Okay.
北海道は暑くありませんでした。
Yeah, that's an understatement. The polite negative past form requires the use of the u verb, aru. This is not a unique rule for the negative past, but actually the correct way that all ku form conjugation of e adjectives should be constructed. However, in modern Japanese is not considered necessary. Instead, the semi-polite form is often used, where you add des. Yeah. So that's kind of like the...
この車は高くなかったです。
That's why we didn't cover aru in the first past tense e adjective thing. Oh boy. Oh boy, howdy. Wait.
夜の海は静かだ。夜の海は静かです。
Oh, was. Oh, whoops. Standard. Standard. Standard was. Thought it was. What happens when you focus so much on fast casual, right? Yeah, that's what happens when you. Okay. I don't think I need the na, right? Probably like
綺麗だった
okay. I overthought it. I swapped two things. Negative standard.
犬じゃない。
リンゴじゃなかった
Right, I have to conjugate the e part.
コーヒーは熱くなかったです。
It's nice to think about those things as separate things, actually. Kind of like it. You kind of can figure it out outside the box. Although, it would be kind of nice to have the 2 points separated. The polite and the standard. I obviously favor the polite. Alright. Vocab. We're gonna try to breeze through this a little. I'll probably sleep early instead of doing our persona things tomorrow. Antan. Antan is fair. That's it. Tanoshimu. Tanoshimu. A dated term. Interesting. Iro? Yeah, looking forward. Looking for tanoshimi as opposed to tanoshimu. Iru. Iru. Even though they're different parts of speech, you would like wrap your sentence. Iro, appearance, personality, tone. Yeah. It's interesting. Color has this has like graduated to be more like the nature of something. Sort of speak. Like the characteristic of the different shades of things. Kotoba. Yeah, kotoba. There's the dialect. Learning to speak language acquisition. Michi? Michi is fine. Road, route, distance, road. Way of living. Oh, that way. The principle. Yeah, that's kind of where that is. Field. Interesting. Yama. Oh, look at these Yama. Wild when it comes to before the name of a plant or animal. Intriguing. Ajan. Deck. I can see that. I can also see a festival float. Mountain climbing. Fair enough. Guess, speculation, and gamble. Interesting. Aisha. Aisha. Solji. Solji. Fine. Okay. Party. Interesting. Party. I always thought it was Altama. I mean, yeah. No, sorry, Onaka. Onaka, not Altama. Onaka. Hanashi o suru. Hanashi o suru. Fair enough. Nihon. Denki. Fair enough. Yeah, tsukareru. 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 Okay with that. Kodomo. We're okay with that. Watashi tachi. Fair enough. Daigaku. Okay with that. Former Imperial University of Japan. That's interesting. A great learning. Intriguing. Cafe. Cafe. Actually, I want to hear.
Cafe.
Cafe. It's a very unique one, honestly. This part. Quite unique. Nugu. Undress. Yes. Yeah, Alright. Send help! Okay, alright. Okay.
このテストは簡単です。
日本の夏は暑い。
Wait, did we just get Natsu? Huh.
映画を楽しむ。
僕の好きな色は青だ。
好きな言葉は愛だ。
この道は広いです。
あそこに大きな山があります。
Wait, which work are we talking about? Uh... Tomorrow with Da. So, like... What? It's not shigoto, right? We're not looking at shigoto. I don't think it's... It's not... No. It's not... I mean, we'll just say shigoto. Okay. This works here, but we can say in a way that focuses on a place as well. Oh, they're doing kaisha.
明日は会社だ。
Yep, that was my second thought. I was like, the only thing that fits in here when you do da is kaisha. Kaisha da. Okay.
掃除の時間です。
Oh no, I forgot how to... Oh no. Hold up.
「私はパーティーがあまり好きではない。
I still remember how to type it. Sort of. I think you can type it in a different way. I use X. I use X to get that. So XI. But there is definitely a faster way to do that. I don't remember though. I don't think it's just Hanashi. I think they want like...
上司と話をする。
Yeah, they wanted Tsuru.
私は日本に住んでいます。
The lights? Oh, they're
電
using
気をつけ
Denki
てください。
for lights. Okay.
勉強するのは疲れる。
Oops.
私には子供が2人います。
私たちは兄弟です。
Gender polite, inclusive, gender neutral.
今から大学に行きます。
Oh no! I don't I don't.
これ
There
は
it is.
カフェですか？
Okay, it's fine.
服を脱ぐ。
今日は楽しかった？うん、すごく楽しかった。
Alright. Okay. Okay, let's go to our grammar stuff.
Samui です。
Because E adjective, we're gonna stick with semi-polite stuff. Heck. Contrast. Contrast. And that's already has it. So literary.
寒いですが、外へ行きます。
Okay. Interrogative, non-exclusive, non-exhaustive.
誰がいますか？
日本で寿司を食べた。日本で寿司を食べました。
明日来ます。
What in the world? Oh no. So she knew. Go to past tense standard. I'm gonna be like, whoops. Hold up. So you take, right? You take the, whoops. And then you. How do you? Oh man, I actually have no idea how you. Oh, what is you? Is it gonna be like nah? Oh, 死なない。
今日は死なない。今日は死なないです。
Oh
今日
my
は死にま
goodness.
せん。
Okay. All right.
掃除をする。返す。返して。
Don't know which point this is other than okay. Okay.
「そこは暑いですか?」
Anas. Oh wait, it's not Anas. Nakatta.
花子さんは話さなかった。花子さんは話さなかったです。花子さんは話しませんでした。
Okay.
お金があるけど買いません。
And this also takes karedo or kare and karedo mo.
お金を借りなかった。お金を借りなかったです。お金を借りませんでした。
This is for Godan. Not Godan, Ichidan. Two here? Eh?
ここへ
Okay.
きれいなタオルはトイレにある。
道へ行きます。
Oh, whoops. Be polite.
ここは私のおばあちゃんの家だ。
メアリーとタケシとロバートは大学生だ。
あそこもきれいですか
？Oh no! Wait. Oh no! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I think this is the thing where you do Wait, I don't understand how this works with Suru. Something like maybe Suru like Suru ni iku? I don't go play soccer. Right. I don't understand how I think you need to conjugate, maybe? Okay, so what if I conjugate? I need to conjugate Suru. So probably like she? Like shiniku?
サッカーをしに行く。
To conjugate the stem. Or like I need to change the stem for Suru is irregular. To the E column. Progressive standard. Standard. Probably Teiru. A-form, and we're doing done, so probably like 食べている。
寿司を食べている。
Okay. What is the alternative? Oh. Okay. Nope. Those are going to be those are kind of work in progress. Those are new. So this thing progressive. Alright, this part we're gonna try to be swift. Swift unless characteristically different.
3番ホームに電車が来る。
What? Oh.
何の薬を飲んでいるの？
砂糖を入れすぎたのですき焼きが甘くなってしまった。
その曲を知っています。
テーブルの上に灰皿がある。
ドアを修理したいけど十分なお金がありません。
Oh no. Uh, what type of not good do we have? Maybe like Uben? Uben? No. And it's inherently negative. We're looking for something inherently negative or not good. Because of the describing background. I have to ban a bot. Not good. I guess it's just悪い。
ここは景色が悪いです。
あそこの橋は50年前からあります。
あなたの犬は大きいの？
病気で死ぬ。
僕は鶏肉が大好きです。
Uh-oh. Hold. Hold. Ite. Okay. The ending is ite. So. Aiben. Yeah. Aiben would be interesting. Used to. I immediately thought of heta or hetates. They're not good. I am gonna say, oh, it's turn. So we're gonna do, oh no. No, that's the wrong ending. Wait, that is the ending that I'm looking for, right? And then, so that means that doesn't check out for the ending. So, oh no.
先生、テキストの14ページを開いてください。
Oh, it's just hira. Oh, okay. Yeah, we just lop off the kit. That's how that one works. How that conjugation. Half. Oh, that half.
私の家にはたくさんの教材があります。
独り言。うわ、もうこんな時間。早く寝なくちゃ。
うわ、もうこんな時間。早く、寝なくちゃ。I can't emote when I read these things at the moment. That's not in the cards for a while.
この靴は誰のですか？
Maybe for asking questions and being suspicious, but definitely not exclamatories. I can't even do that in English most of the time. テストであ、あ、悪い、悪い点、悪い点を取ったせい、取ったせいで、取ったせいで、angry or got scolded. What is that? そう、怒られた。Right. Interesting. Nationality? Oh, they're probably gonna use like
あなたは何人ですか？
あなたは勉強が好きなの？
私はアルコールの飲み物が嫌いです。
leave? Let's leave this building. So we're looking for something that deals with evacuating, and I thought it was, oh no, they probably just go with Deru actually. That the other thing is pulling out something. Oh yeah.
この建物を出よ
Deo. I was gonna just type de because it's already conjugated. Okay.
犬はとても鼻が良い。
う。私の父は面白い人だ。
この子犬は女の子です。
あなたの犬は小さいですか？
はいですか？会社の、はい。
会社の先輩が嫌いだ。
嫌いだ。What? Oh, it's they already wrote
彼
Sega.
は背が高いです。
Okay. Alright.
単語を忘れる。
I've got Tango also heard.
私の姉は20歳です。
父の携帯を使う。
留学生と話したり遊んだりする。
この喫茶店を経営しているのは僕の妻の母だ。
怪しい商品を買わない方がいいよ。
私の娘と息子は2人ともとても真面目な医者です。
明日は試験があるので、今日はテレビを見ません。
Oh, what are we doing? Oh, we're returning the book.
図書館に本を返す。
妹より弟の方が足が速いです。
よく嘘をつく友人と距離を置きました。
父は動物園で働いています。
昨日は夜ご飯に家族でピザを食べました。
君がこのレストランで食事をするのは初めてだよね。
私は魚が好きだ。
私の姉は大学生です。
今日はワインはもういいです。
A hold?
カバンを持つ。
昨日は朝早く起きた。
お弁当の中で一番好きな具は何？
私はプールで泳ぐことが好きだ。
あなたは今日何をするの？
山の中を歩く。
農家の人。この果物はまだ熟していません。
Oh, interesting. Su. Okay. Okay.
バスケのゲームを見る。
この番号の意味は何ですか？
あれは人ですか？それとも人形ですか？
That's an interesting. Okay. That's an interesting question. Whoops. Oh, whoops. So 首が痛いせいで右や左 Oh, left and right and left 右や左をフェイス向くことができません。I can't face either left or right because my neck is sore. With the せいで、痛いせいで、
土曜日に窓を掃除します。
部下が上司に文句を言ってすみません。
文句 and complaining 文句 What's a special one? 文句を言ってすみません。Oops. Wait.
契約書にサインを書く。
Oh, right. I needed to conjugate it. Right. Properly. Or I need the proper ending. I wrote the wrong ending. I wrote kaki as a kaku. Close. Relationship.
彼と私は近い関係だ。
家に帰ろ
子供の客。どのジュースが一番人気なの？
う。あなたは何のスポーツが好きですか？
誕生日なのでケーキを食べました。
客がシェフに、ご飯の量を半分にしてください。
父は夜働いています。
この扉は自動で開くと聞いたことがあります。
扉は扉。So those are the 扉。Okay. Right.
息子、夏休みは8月の頭から9月の中旬だよ。父、長すぎる。
Oh, wait. Fun.
この曲は楽しいです。
Have you looked at Bunpro JOP practice test? Not until later. Not until we get it. You did just one section of N5 vocabulary could be useful too. It's about timing. Since I'm reviewing N5 things, it's not until later. And then before then, we'll be testing out the Bunpro cramming thing. Because Bunpro has other functions. So no. Not yet would be the thing. Have I looked? I saw that it exists. So wait and see. And I agree. It's likely going to be useful. As opposed to could, it's going to be. 私は町に住んでいます。
先生、外国人を差別してはいけません。
あなたは昨日何をしましたか？
父は優しい人だ。
What? Oh. What? Wait. Oh, are they going? Oh, over there. Whoops.
あそこにいるあの女の人は誰ですか？
That's interesting. This wasn't highlighted right here. Although I didn't even read the whole thing. I just read this part. So that's my bad.
明日は学校を休む予定だ。
What the heck?
喧嘩をするな。
That's an interesting way to look at it. Alright. What up? Interesting. Imperative. Which one would this be? I mean, oops. I keep hitting O when I'm trying to. I keep hitting my 0 key instead of the hyphen key next to it. Doubutsu no panda ga akachan wo unda koto ga news ni narimashita.
子供が親に絵本を読んでください。
この紙は薄すぎてすぐに破れてしまいます。
駅はどこにあるの？
Actually, there is something I want to know. The JLPT practice thing is not timed, is it? I mean, I didn't click on it yet, but I'm curious if they have a timer. I think this different type of machine.
この写真はどこで撮られましたか？
It is timed, okay.
漢字を覚える。
Obviously, I was talking about the Bunpro's practice test. Okay. The JLPTs are all, most of the exams are timed. What type of kind are we talking about? I'm gonna say no. No. This is Dewa Nai. Dewa Nai would imply that it would need a.
私の兄は親切ではない。
Yeah, Shinsetsu Dewa Nai would only fit there because of Dewa Nai. We could conjugate the negative version, the negative of Yasashi, technically in the English that was available. But since the ending was already shown.
あの海の色は綺麗な青です。
僕は寝るときにパジャマを着ません。
ホラー映画を見る。
友達と1時間くらい外で遊びました。
バスに3人の人が乗っている。
先生、プールサイドで走るな。
Different now.
僕は動物の中で犬が一番好きだ。
ここはあなたの部屋ですか？
心が寒い。
父が年を取ると背骨が曲がると言っていた。
あなたより僕の方が真面目だ。
新聞に首相が殺されたと書いてある。
宿題をやるのが遅い。
腹に肉がたくさんつく。
弟より私の方がポジティブな性格だ。
Alrighty. Yeah, and then the refresh on the midnight stuff. I think we'll leave that there. Wait. Let's see the hourly. Yeah, we'll just keep rolling. So that's what we're gonna do today. How many DPs do we have? I don't think we have enough. Nah, we have to go for like another 2 months, right? Okay. Ooh. Is this new? Ooh. Oh, I like this one. I think this is our new one. Let's set that as favorite. That's cool. I really like this one. Okay, let me... I didn't write anything. So... try some grammar things. So... go look through our grammar stuff. I think the grammar stuff is... so non-adjective. We'll see if these are going to be a problem tomorrow. For beginner 2, paused on. We did pause on. They do. Largely because you still need to take the stem of the verb and E column. That's where I paused. Oh, wait. Did I? Or was it the Niku part? Let's take a look. Oh no, I need to convert it to the A form. That's where... I didn't write which one it was though. So then that means we would need... there was one on this too. Get back. Yeah, so we're combining the two. So a pause was probably the... to remember like the and the do. There are te conversions. And it would be plus iru and or ni oh no, just iru for this one. And then there was a pause on stem I plus ni iru. Oh no, not ni iku. Going in order to do something, that was a pause. Predicate thing is fine. Got some past stuff. So, right, verbs go down. Focusing on standard. Standard was oh no. Okay. Wait. Hold up. Oh, I keep getting them. I keep getting them backward. Is the ah. And naka. And then the dues are you drop the right simply drop why am I writing a plus? Be writing a plus. These are negative, so negative. They picked Sue for that one exercise. Is negative past. As then we would need the wait a minute. Hold up. I screwed this up. No, because negation requires, yeah. Yeah, so I missed this step. Okay. I think those are what I have to think about. Because right, because negative requires right, and then Just realize how navigation is not the greatest here. And this does not. Right. So I missed a step in conjugating negative past. Because I missed the negative part. Okay. Alright. Well, that's a wrap for Bunpro session. What time is it? 12:30. Yeah, we're gonna do the persona thing another time. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for my Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, yap a little, discuss a little, right? Talk about things, sharing ideas. Try to engage in discussions, like keep each other motivated. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit. I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第364天 ，no 7天，It is day 367. I don't quite remember what was the thing from yesterday. I remember there's like a bit of combination of stuff. I don't quite remember what it was. I remember writing a bunch of it. Oh, it was... it was D and D. So how do we remember this? Shack. This is D or bottom. And we have D for low. And then D. Oh, no, wait. And D. For like resist. Oh no, wait, is it the other way around? Hold up. Nope, those are good. Okay. Those are the three. That's still kind of rough.
宇宙
Yeah, the universe. Or space. Does this take space? It doesn't take space. Okay. Outer space.
"宇宙 滋润
滋润 nourish 润 moisten, I guess.
滋润慈善
慈善 慈 being kind and then virtuous or charity. Interesting. Or charitable.
慈善
善
覆盖
覆盖 what the who? Overturned and then cover it. Interesting. To cover something is pick up the lid that was placed upside down and put on the ground and overturn it and place it back where it originated. I'm not sure about fugai. Fine.
覆盖牙齿
牙齿 teeth
牙齿
okay
宇宙，牙齿，覆盖，慈善，滋润，
滋润。Alright.
美滋滋，
美滋滋。Well, I guess you're just I don't know. This guy's feeling happy because everything is beautiful when in turn nourishes your state of mind. I don't know about that one. But just remember it as it is. Oops.
美滋滋，翻来覆去，
翻来覆去。Turn over, lie, turn over, come, overturn, and then go. Still not doing it for me. It's like you're turning here and going, come and going. So toss and turning is fine. I got it. Or I think of it more as again and again, but toss and turning. Okay.
翻来覆去，
That's gonna be
宙斯，
tough. 宙斯 transliteration.
宙斯，
Although universe and this it's kind of interesting.
齿轮，
Oh yeah, a wheel with teeth. Very cute.
齿轮，新词，
新词 kind-hearted.
新词，美滋滋，齿轮，新词，翻来覆去，
Ah! Wait. Next with the
宙斯，
I don't know what I typed. I didn't know what I typed the first couple times.
歌，
Guh. You kind of look like Guh. Not particularly. If at all, you look like Hai. This is Hai on the left. Okay. Gandalf is in front of the electricity plant where he works as a guard. A giant evil beanstalk has emerged from the mouth of a doll. Okay. Okay. So Handoff is in front of the electricity plant. Being told by word of mouth that the plant workers are cutting apart neighboring beanstalks in order to beanstalks favors in order to fill containers as burning material for the generators. Handoff as a form of protest and preserving, I don't know, the beanstalks, provided a different magical solution. Okay, funga makes sense.
歌雀
Che. Oh, does this line up with Che and Yuan? Ma Che? Kong Che. Wow. Oh no, wait. I'm thinking a swallow. A swallow is not the same as a sparrow. Just kidding, just kidding. Just kidding. Huh. I kind of seen something similar to this. What was it? Oh, Xiang, or economize. Wow. Oh, that could be a little suspect. It's a little bit, wee bit suspect. Yet another one. Alright, Quasimodo is in the bathroom of the electricity plant trying to protect a sparrow that he holds in his hand as a few electrified turkeys chase him around the bathroom in and out of the stalls. Doing the... Oh, Quasimodo in the bathroom of the electricity plant on break. Where he is harboring or maybe fostering a few turkeys and a friendly sparrow. Kind of starting to sound like Casper though. Che. Oh, Che. Actually, because it's like they are good friends.
Che. Sa.
Well, there's sun, right? There is sun. Let's go to Foreman for the sun. Is it not? Here it is, sun. Yeah. Sun is on the right. Let go. So SpongeBob is in front of the auditorium helping the foreman by holding a ladder for him as he hangs some decoration from the lobby doors. The foreman is trying to hang a moon made of turf from... Oh, okay. Let's go. Okay. Let's go with a different thing. SpongeBob is in front of the auditorium, where he is trying to help out a foreman to put up last minute decorations for the show at night. However, instead of being helpful, he basically ran around chaotically, throwing and placing whatever his clumsy fingers can get a hold of. Dumping turf everywhere, saying let's go. Okay, fine. Impatient, or playing off impatience to tell lies. Huh. I'm guessing the Hoang part is the lie. To let go. Sasho. Let's go and try and maybe we do like instead of throwing, letting go. Okay.
Sa la.
La. Oh. We got more bristles. What was the other bristle from yesterday? I want to say it's Le. Le was the bristle from yesterday. Yeah. Oh no. Now we're pivoting to Legolas. Alright. Legolas is in the bathroom. Oh, is this like La Chun and stuff? It might be the same thing. Like La Chang. And whatnot, like cured meat, intestines situation, or different forms of meat. I was thinking La Chun, as in like La Xiang Chun, something like that, like cured meat sausages. Legolas is in the bathroom of the auditorium where he's making cured meat under one of the hand dryers. He has the not yet cured meat on a large... Okay. Oh, this is going to be weird. In the bathroom, dang it. We lost in the bathroom of the auditorium. Preparing. Okay, last minute. Maybe he's in the bathroom taking a break from the long night of work. Bristles. How do you get bristles into this? Oh, yikes. Oh my god. How about Metro? He's washing up. Washing up. After spending the night preparing cured meats. Cured meats for storage. To cure for future adventures. After like flying some special elvish elvish curing sauce with a bristle brush. All right. Roll. Oh, that's interesting. Greece. Sila. Greece. Sila. I don't hear it. East. I don't hear it. I don't, that must be something else. It must be. Oh. No. Yeah, I don't know how Greece. I don't know how that works.
La. Ya.
Yeah. Not quite. Not quite. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. A bank? Like what type of bank? Are we talking about like a river bank or a bank? A river bank. Or a shore bank. Or a geographical bank. Yoshi is inside the auditorium on the stage. He is helping building a cliff of bricks for play. He then sprays acid that he holds in his stomach all over the cliff, turning the cliff into a bank of sorts. What in the actual... He's just helping with cliffs and banks. That's fine. Maybe attaching stones and whatnot, spraying things down. Okay, water. Career. Shengya Life Bank? Now I'm not so sure which bank it's referring to. Okay. Okay.
Ya.
There's some susness going around. Some big susness. It's cut something. I don't remember what the preposition is.
やさら
I don't. It's cut something out apart, or just cut.
Xue. Huo.
Oh, misfortune. Didn't I get a misfortune in Japanese? Don't know if it's a equivalent. Doesn't jawbones typically, yeah, I only have guo for that. There are only very few actually. Okay. Guo. The Hulk is in the bathroom of the office building where he's dealing with some misfortune. His suit has ripped open because he accidentally had a sharp jawbone in his suit pocket. He looks at himself in the mirror trying to determine how to fix his misfortune so he can go back to work, only to realize that his misfortune is worse than he thought. His suit pants have ripped open too. Just gonna say, you know, Hulk ripped his misfortune because Hulk like ripped his suit because he's the Hulk. His jawbone, I mean, it's really well defined too. Oh, car accident. Interesting.
Huo.
We'll see.
Mai.
My. The cricket and flower thing. What was the cricket and flower thing? I want to say Lei or Lee. It's Lee. Yeah, Lee. I actually forgot there was a cliff. Now we suddenly pivot to Mai. Okay. Your stride. Mario's in the bathroom of the high school chasing some crickets down a small mini path that winds around the high school bathroom. He has some flowers that he's trying to whack them with, but each time he takes a stride forward, the cricket hops away. Okay. Okay, so Mario's in the bathroom. High school. On a plumbing job. Wow. On his path to completing the plumbing job. He notices you know what? We'll try this. 6 strides forward. Yeah, let's go with it. 19年迈 Intriguing.
麦末
Oh no. I have no basis for remembering this. That explains a lot. I don't actually see that very often. Mario was in the bathroom of the office, rinsing his hands and about to exit. Turning to the exit, he's suddenly confronted with 100 hills that sprouted out from the appropriately corporate tile floor. Now he has to figure out the best footpath. Office. Pushing up and pushing up after taking care what seemed like 100 hills of paperwork and invoices. So organizing to clear out the footpaths in the office. Mo Sheng. Footpath life? Unfamiliar? Oh no. These are getting weird. 陌生人 I don't understand this footpath thing. Maybe it's more like a path to the unknown. But like path to a life. What? Alright. I don't know how I feel about these things at the moment.
莫笑
No. Filial piety. Oh, why do you look like... Oh, okay, hold up. We need to take some inventory here. Alright, so we got Jiao, we got Kao. And there's also Kao, the other Kao. And we're jumping to Xiao. Filial piety. Oh, this one might work out though. Xena's in the bathroom of the barn visiting the ranch with her family. Her child, a mini warrior princess, bows before her to allow her to go to the toilet first. She in turn bows before her elder and older representatives, thus they practice filial piety. I mean, how is this used in an example? To show filial respect. Oh, okay. It's not bad. Pretty good. Even roped in the
笑
bathroom thing.
线
Yeah. Oh, that's Ken. Okay. I don't think I have anything. Maybe. No dice. Today's set is like the opposite of yesterday's. Not smooth at all. Statute. Alright, Xena's in the bathroom in the pawn shop. On the tile is a heart and a bean sprout. Okay. Constitution. Xena's in the bathroom in the pawn shop. He is trying to sort out oh no. I have no idea. We're just gonna have to go with Constitution. Dang. A net of beanstalks. She collected in order to be adherent. Constitution. He holds heart when selling war spoils. Oh no. Alright. Alright. Interesting. This is an army but police. Okay.
线
Absolute nightmare.
或 末 笑 卖
Ooh-wee.
线
Ooh-wee. Sorry, my fatigue is really setting in. Alright. Try to take in strides here. What?
Mong. 简 血腥
这场战争非常血腥。
The heck? Whoops. I missed a letter there.
别人
这是鄙人的一点小意见。
Or like a despicable person. Oh, humble. The other way. I'm not thinking clearly right now. Hmm.
“剥皮
这颗苹果很容易剥皮。
驾驭
年轻的骑士尚未学会驾驭战马。
Oh, a horse is good, actually. Drive a horse is good. Whoops. The figure of speech. A noun.
礁石
船必须避开礁石。
匪
I missed the hyphen next to it.
“苛求
对朋友不要苛求，要多包容。
It's demanding.
盖 湿 烟 遇到
我在街上遇到了他。
短
Eh? Oh.
那
What? Dang it. Something makes me want to type like ye. Dang it. Not.
山岗，
山岗上的风景很美丽。
卑鄙，
他说了一些卑鄙的话。
凳，
Oh, wait. Yes?
暴跌，
油价昨天暴跌了。
I think I have a chance on this. Yeah, no chance. I think that's chalked.
腥味，
鱼市场的空气充满了腥味。
抡，体恤，
妈妈总是体恤我的感受。
Heck? What? Big horse. Yeah, there's no chance on. Flash. All right, we need. That's not happening.
“手拎包”，
他拎着一个黑色的手拎包。
闪，
What? Oh. Oh, I missed the G. Ah, I'm missing everything.
黑名单，
上了黑名单。
轻易，
他轻易地完成了这项任务。
内阁，
内阁中有很多资深政客。
仗，
Oh no, it's May. What? What the heck is this big horse? Oh wait, you know what? It could be... No. I don't know it. I don't even know what it means. Oh no. Okay. Oh, this is actually new. Yeah, you're treating it like... I don't know where the big part came from. Did my... Oh, there's a chance I didn't even have the big part as my memory on the... Alright. I think I'm missing a part. We'll write it in the stuff.
婆
That's recent.
混淆
我混淆了这两个单词的意思。
弧形
太阳在天空中画出一个弧形。
I have no idea what... Oh, wait, I do.
机车
他会骑机车。
Or scooter, yeah. Scooter is the norm.
肢体
大多数人有4个肢体。
What the...
凉鞋
我今天穿着凉鞋去海滩。
Whoops. I spell sandals.
妖媚
这本小说描述了一个妖媚的女人。
Productive. Fair enough.
地毯
她正在清洁地毯。
Hoang 夺目
这件衣服颜色夺目。
偏
Or like... I like lean, yeah, to lean, yeah. I mean, lean on is like a preference. Lean.
召集
召集全体员工开会。
Or just to bring together, convene. Okay.
念兹在兹，
他念兹在兹的关心孩子的教育。
like keep in mind for nostalgic way. Well, this in the character thing. 念兹在兹。
烙手术，
医生正在准备手术。
克隆，
他们试图克隆一棵树。
Oh no.
“庄稼”，
今年的庄稼长得很好。
How do you like overcome grandness to clone? Oh, transliteration. We just blast through transliteration. Fine. We'll probably stick it with fabricate.
丝毫，
我没有丝毫的犹豫。
What? I have no idea how this refers to any word. Yeah, definitely artery. Oh, it is artery. Oh no, that's my. What am I thinking? Fine. I think at least that one's.
古迹，
这是一座保存完好的古迹。
嘴唇，
他不小心咬破了嘴唇。
奥秘，
宇宙间充满了奥秘。
欧洲，
欧洲有许多古老的城堡。
杠铃，
杠铃是健身房的基本设备。
欧盟，
欧盟有很多成员国。
足迹，
我们跟着他的足迹走吧。
奥运会，
他梦想参加奥运会。
锤，
Dang it. Oh my god. Group. Dung.
动脉
动脉负责将血液从心脏运输到身体。
I can't spell artery. I lost it.
隆重
总统出席了这次隆重的活动。
不迭
他连连点头，不迭地说好。
横
The what? Oh.
笨蛋
真是个大笨蛋。
Oh, okay. Type it. Okay.
蛋
Okay.
裂
这个字的 something 率是多少？Really?
吸雾 账欧元
英国不使用欧元。
安详
老师总是带着安详的表情。
Uh-oh. Hmm. I have no idea. Oof. Hmm.
少零舅舅
舅舅给我讲了一个故事。
Hmm. Like completely unchanged, yeah. Or I was gonna say old or constant. Yeah, because it depends on old. Okay. Oh, kidding, kidding.
侧负责
那不该我负责。
It's like responsibility, but also blame.
"很
I think ping is correct.
频率
这个字的频率是多少？
Heckin' build. I think this is build. Instructs you. I'm like torn between two things. Gonna be two. Two, yeah. Okay, it's fine. I thought maybe. It's not wool, right? It's wool.
Zhu.
Oh no, it isn't. What? Hang on. Oh no, that's a mistake. Identity. Huh.
正式。
这封信不正式。
Like fair, formal. Okay, correct. Correct is correct. Like formal as in like proper. Pretty sure the right is wool. Oh no, it's Yi. Oh no, this is region. Oh wow, I was way off. Holy. Should work on that. That is way off. Not even close. Right. Not even close.
采。进口。
苹果被进口到台湾。
Oh. I want to talk about it.
今
后的任务。
垃圾袋。
这个垃圾袋太小。
No. Trash bag. Trash bag. Or, yes. the left or the right? Oh, the left. Yoshi is the one relying on it. I think we had to do Yoshi depend on. Oh no, why not? Because that's already I don't know why I typed Goo. That character is already not right.
Shu.
Oh. Oh no, Fubu, whoops. I don't remember Qi and Yi at
区
all.
域
这是一个农业区域。
依旧
他的信念依旧坚定。
Oh, Gwyn.
丰收
一派丰收景象。
Like bountiful, yeah, harvest. Fine.
Sha.
Or stop. Oh.
平稳
他的呼吸很平稳。
Or bumper harvest. Like to to kill. Oh no, I got two things mixed up. I got both the Shahs mixed up. Oh no. I mean, this is a pass, but the other Shah, what was the other Shah? Resin? With a sword, right? Sword and weapon. That's a pass. Vocabulary pass.
Xing.
Or awaken. Is this weird? Shui, right? Shui. Yeah, in Shui Ran. Or, no, Shui. Yeah, Shui Ran. Is that my only use of this?
服务，
公车的服务非常好。
虽，警犬，
警犬可以嗅出毒品。
后盾，
这个团队有强大的后盾。
打车，
打车回家。
音乐，
他在听音乐。
异常，
这台电脑异常慢。
Oops. Unusually. Usually. Not usually. Unusually.
服，威胁，
威胁别人是不对的。
Or suppress. Suppress or oppress or threaten.
.思绪，
读书帮助我集中思绪。
Train of thought is fine too.
低估，
不要低估学习中文的乐趣。
The heck? Equal, like underestimate? Just low estimate. Man, this is what I was thinking of. Cool. As opposed to yi or chi. Oh no, not yi instead of yi and gu. No, yeah, not. I'm so tired.
荒诞，
他说的话听起来很荒诞。
有意。
椰子油，
我对椰子油过敏。
修会
part of this. What I suppose. I don't know. Wait. Yeah.这个快定受到了人们的Oh, wait.
抨击
这个决定受到了人们的抨击。
土友谊
友谊是最宝贵的。
鹅
Huh. No idea.
画
Oh no.
龙
No, I'm pretty sure it's guy.
对弈，
对弈时，他总是非常专注。
This is to play Go. I don't know. Go just sucks. Chess also sucks. Of anything else.
豪宅，
他们买了一栋新的豪宅。
What the heck? Like a mansion? Oh my. How the Hao Jai? We're passing Hao Jai. Not today.
He, 呐喊，
孩子在游乐场开心的呐喊。
者，踢，萌芽，
种子在土壤中萌芽。
荷叶，
青蛙躺在荷叶上睡觉。
凳，厄运，
他们努力克服了厄运。
Or encounter misfortune.
“蘸酱”，
我们喜欢把肉蘸酱吃。
伦理，
这个问题涉及到伦理。
Like human relations, ethics. Okay, fair enough.
燕，
They give a swallow. Oh no, it's not.
盐，签， 黎明，
黎明的空气很清新。
堆叠，
他把书堆叠在桌子上。
自卑，
不要因为失败而自卑。
蹦跳，
小兔子在草地上蹦跳。
Feels like a while since the times lined up. Yeah. Low.
从，河畔，
河畔有很多鸟。
What is wrong with that? Huh.
慢，觅食，
鸟早上出来觅食。
再娶，
他决定再娶，开始新的生活。
How's Bunpro been? It's been fine. Not long enough to tell.
Y 囚室，
他被关在一间黑暗的囚室里。
Ooh. Yeah.
龙，钉子，
他踩到了一个钉子。
The what? No, that's not pamper. I get a dress. What's that? Oh. Oh no, that's a typo. I don't know what that is. Go on 城市交到了空 What the heck is with the dress? Air raid? Okay, it is a raid. So raid is what? See? How's that not? Oh, it's do, not do.
空袭，
昨晚城市遭到了空袭。
缝，
That's rough. Come on.
敞开，
窗户敞开，空气很清新。
抛弃，
不要抛弃希望。
It's like to like give up or abandon. Oh, really? Huh. Well, ain't that a problem?
遮盖，
积雪完全遮盖了屋顶。
I don't know.
母羊，
他养了一只母羊。
作呕，
那个气味让我感到作呕。
Or it's just feeling nauseous. Okay.
肺，
And you asked me to take on a couple related. Take on a couple related. And me to take on a couple related server things? A couple of what? My take on a couple. Okay, sure.
“僧人”，
这位僧人喜欢静坐。
Oh no.
日月潭，
日月潭附近有很多特色餐厅。
靠拢，
船慢慢靠拢到岸边。
Oh, really? Oh, no, wait. That's tone 1. Oops.
轮服，
修理轮服需要专业工具。
都
Sure, that was an heck is this with water? Sworn it's again. Oh, deep. That's fine. So there's this issue with some new people that are, to summarize, really quite needy in a mentally ill, disruptive way for attention around members. They technically didn't do something rude, rule breaking. Okay. And if they didn't do something rule breaking, how are they disruptive?
募捐，
他们正在募捐。
密，搁浅，
船因为天气恶劣而搁浅。
龙，
This have to do with the mouth, so the throat.
Yung,
desolate. They always ask people for paragraphs of apologies over one mistake, creating daily tickets for server support that really get nowhere and were never needed. Many people dislike them, disrupt chat flow. Then are they breaking rules? If they're not disruptive if they don't break any rules. Like, if you want my take on it, I mean, if you make a rule against it, then that is certainly a rule being broken. But the way you phrase things is as though they have already broken rules. So if they don't know that you can't do that, then they're not disrupting anything. So I guess you can make a chat flow rule for that if you want. So no needy people in your Discord, and they'll find needy places elsewhere. When people dislike them and it disrupts chat flow, that sounds like people made rules about your chat that isn't in the rules itself. So either you decide whether you're welcoming to that and take the side of people who dislike them, or you take the side of people who supported the rules in the first place. So that's kind of a tough situation, I suppose. You can't please both parties. That's the case. There are clearly unspoken rules, and those unspoken rules were meant to be unwelcoming and selective against the people that are quote-unquote not breaking any rules despite being disliked and disrupt. There are rules. Those are rules. Not explicit rules, but they're implicit rules. Like, for example, I'm from the outside, so there's an explicit rule that those people who dislike and disrupt chat flow because someone is needy, that's a rule too. That's called common courtesy and being compassionate. So you could make an implicit rule like that too, if you want it. But generally speaking, there are rules that are unspoken right now and they're not clarified. So you decide whether you want to enforce it or not. I mean, I am indifferent to this situation. However, it's not the first time this situation has occurred that I've witnessed, obviously. About this Tiao. Oh, wait, that is Tiao. Wait, what does that mean? Economic depression. Yes and no. You have a rule for moving. It's not yes or no. Rules are yes or no. Here. You have a rule for moving off-topic conversations to off-topic, which they don't follow, and they don't quite fall under respectful as stated in the rule, as well as unsolicited. Ban them. They violated a rule. So when you say yes or no, and you're talking about rules, you enforce them. So, like, it's not about feelings here. Respectful as part of a rule is respectful as part of a rule needs to be clarified. People disliking people for being needy, that's disrespectful too. And unsolicited dislike is still disrespectful. So in both cases, regardless of how you look at it, I will say yes and no. Overall, everyone's disrespectful because there aren't rules that enforces those things. At least in my opinion. If you want to have a person outside of this, I can see that both sides are disrespectful. Because you are also unsolicited. Do you think long form rules may be helpful? No, I don't. For my use case. I think what you're describing is two groups that have a very poor form of communication between the two groups, or the two groups that you are deciding on. And rules makes it more restrictive for both. What you're describing is an inability for mutual compassion either way. And then the way you describe things in making the decision makes you also pretty apathetic and indifferent sounding as well. I'm not suggesting that that's how you run a Discord though. The idea is when people dislike other people and it disrupts chat flow, that is two parties. One doesn't communicate with the other, and the other doesn't communicate with the other. When you disrupt chat flow, it's like, which chat flow? You have a correct chat flow? So I don't know. Like, if you make more rules for it, then I doubt that's gonna address, hey guys, can you learn to communicate with the chat flow? Not a correct chat flow, the existing chat flow. So, like an off-topic thing, that's creating chat flow, I suppose. Like, I don't see how someone who apologized for a mistake affects chat flow, and then someone who believes that their chat flow is the correct chat flow because they don't need anything. Both sides. It sounds like your usual, in my opinion, your usual form of lack of compassion going either way. Or people don't have enough time or willingness or patience to be in a chat in which each chat is dominated by something. So if someone is incredibly apologetic, they will naturally be dominant in the voicing. So if you dislike them for that, you can participate in that chat flow as well. But since you don't want to be in that chat flow, then somehow that chat flow is correct, which that's kind of interesting. It really does tell me what is the normal chat flow then. And you can help them out. The alternative is, as a person who is regarding apology situations, that the guy got upset over some comment about a bot being used, and he accepted no less than literal paragraphs of that guy got upset over some comments about a bot being used, and he used no less than literal paragraphs of apologies and explaining from a regular Meaver to be okay. Chat flow, perhaps clarifying could be helpful. Go ahead. I mean, the last paragraph was kind of weird to begin with. Sure. That person wrote paragraphs. That sounds like someone that cares. If that annoys other people, what does the other people say? They sit there and like stoop in the corner and be belligerent about it? Then I feel like there's two parties here. No, like a regular member wrote paragraphs? Okay. So they do. Because the new guy kept complaining until he got that? Alright. And does that violate any rules? If it does, ban the new guy. Like, what I'm hearing is two parties complaining about two parties. Like, if you want my take on this from the outside, you are complaining about something. So is the guy complaining about complaining. So there's just a bunch of people complaining about each other. Like, I don't see a difference between you complaining about complaining and then talking about someone who's complaining about complaining. So I don't know. Someone's gonna lose. In the middle of what I was gonna say, I was going to suggest that you have two different party members and they don't like being together. So as someone who manages the Discord, you can choose to help relocate the smaller party, at least in my opinion. So like, call it a compassionate extra work that you can do. The idea is, if you run a server, you are also very well versed and experienced with other servers, presumably, right? Because you're someone who manages servers. So finding a new home for that person, it can be a way to diffuse the thing. You can be a mediator in this. You can find peace and balance between the two. So the majority group that you have can continue to operate in there, and then the other person you can have to relocate, since the regular members in your Discord feels like they lack the compassion to help them find a new home, as opposed to criticizing them, I guess, complaining about them complaining. General is whatever people are currently talking about or want to talk about. Off topic is for conversation about something different to the current active conversation in general, if there is one. Yeah, but that doesn't even make sense to me. General is general. It's like all topics, and it can weave in out of topics. I think when you're talking about general, to me, is what everyone cares about, and then off topic is what people don't care about. So that's kind of the impression I'm getting. General is, everyone else, more people care about topics, and then off topic is when people don't care about those topics. But hear me out, when you have general topics, when they change topics, the last topic is no longer general, it's off topic. So in my opinion, thinking about conversations in that light, you could kind of do more than that. In general, is only pleasantries, and off topic is when you want to be discreet. But other than that, I don't necessarily think general is the impression that I would get from other people. Like, oh, so general is for topics that are only care to the masses. Like, you can change a topic at any time during a conversation. So it is considered off topic when the majority person thinks the topic is more important. I think that's, in my opinion, a recipe for general topic problems. Like, hey, this is a general forum, so no one can change the topic if someone is the majority holder of the opinion. I'm guessing that's what you consider as chat flow, which is when people are on a topic and then someone decides to change the topic. It is considered off topic. That's fair. So you should write that in the rules somewhere if you want to maintain that. I don't know how people change from topic to topic. In this case, in general, usually specific topics are what creates what you're saying, where like you stay on topic by separating them into topics. But general literally means to have any topic to me. It's really hard to explain general off-topic nuance. Maybe that leads to others being confused. It is. And I'm explaining some of that. Or at least I'm giving you the impression that no, it doesn't actually. So you can use rules if you want to do that. Generally speaking though, if I had to make a comment, people who are terrible at communication already, in my opinion, or like people who only communicate a certain way, general means that you talk about anything. Off topic means that you want to be discreet. Specific topics is not general. So like for myself, I wouldn't consider most people like I've encountered, general means anything goes because it's a general topic. You can talk about anything. That's the general place. Off topic to me is more like discrete things that people don't care about. Like you're concerned if people care about it. So like going off topic to complain about something is an off topic thing. But like I don't know how many rooms you want, like gaming topic or like anime topic or something. I think general, to me, I would already be confused. Not that I go to Discords and talk in general topic. I typically don't talk in general topic because I expect that the topic are spurious. It can be anything. It can generally be anything, which is probably not the way you're describing it to me. Anything does go in general? That's not true. You just explained to me it doesn't. You're lying. Like, I don't believe that for a second. You literally just contradicted yourself. Anything goes in general. That's not true. You just stated the whole purpose of this take is that not anything goes in general. So you either fix the rule or enforce that anything goes in general. But for example, if people are talking about game lore, if someone wants to post a cat photo in that moment, you suggest off topic? No, you said anything goes in general. So you want to add a rule that says not everything goes in general. Here are the following rules. If someone is currently talking about game lore and there are more people, when there are more people that are talking about something, please adhere to the dominance, to the majority view in the current chat. That would be what is describing your general. If anything goes in general, then you're lying to yourself. That is a contradiction, because if anything goes, anyone can change the topic at any time. So if you suggest off topic, like, go for it. So in the future, I mean, like a rule that wouldn't like take someone out or something would be like Maybe like being respectful means contributing, like trying to contribute to the current train of thought or something. I don't know, like not being disruptively yeah, general is not general. It's more like you're always going with a train of thought. I don't know what you call that though. I think my thought here is here's my hot take on general. I think people think general means vibe. You vibe. So if you're not vibing, go off topic. That's probably the word I would use. Yeah, so you're vibing. So general requires a vibe rule, at least in my opinion. So whatever that vibe rule is. If you're not vibing, it's considered off topic. So if everyone's like vibing with game lore and suddenly, hey, I want to talk about cat photos, off topic. I don't know when it'll ever get to cat photos though. So like when you're talking about anything goes, I'm guessing what you really mean is people can talk about any topic. However, the topic has to follow vibe rules. Now, if someone wanted to talk about cat photos, but in the general thing, and if there's a conversation already going, well, they can't. Because then it would violate the vibe rule. So, I don't know how you negotiate that. My thought is that what's happening here is there are people who think they are more important than other people. Right? And I'm gonna be realistic here. Usually this is not, it's not like uncommon for this to happen. It's kind of part of socialization, right? A Discord, you can gatekeep conversations. And that's perfectly fine, because when you're gatekeeping, it's important to the people who are there. Like, if most people know each other and a new person comes by, they will often not hit the vibe rule. This is like Neverwinter. I can use Neverwinter instead of using like any particular. So Neverwinter. It's greater than 12 years old. There is the old guard. And whenever someone is new who tries to offer their feedback, for example, or whatever they're going on that's interesting to them, it will not pass the vibe check. And the old guard would push back. So the question is, oftentimes, like for Discord servers and games and Neverwinter, is if you want to grow, it would involve having new blood. New blood can be self-selected if you want. So when you're self-selecting, it also means, yes, you would need rules and transparency. So you can advertise and select for new blood that vibes only. This also means that your growth rate would go down, right? Because there are fewer people you can select for. So making rules and making criteria and then making sure like the rules are upfront and whatnot, it will lead to new blood, but it would lead to fewer new blood. So then it would give the vibe that a Discord channel is closed community. And that is up to you to decide. Do you want to be viewed as a closed community? Basically, it's very difficult to vibe check the more rules you have, because they need to meet those rules in order to be welcomed or even feel welcome. The nice thing about closed community rules is that every time someone self-selects themselves into the new blood, there's less conflict. There are fewer people who would join the Discord, but those who do join the Discord will then be part of a closed community. They're committed to the vibe check, right? So that's kind of like the combination. Are you casual? Or are you... The word is hardcore for casual, but it's more like, are you cliquey? Are you niche? So casual means that everything goes, right? Everything goes is the most largest form of casual. And then hardcore is selective. An in-between would be nice. Then welcome to negotiating. So you have to negotiate. If you're going in between, then you have to balance all that. That means that it's going to be ever a problem that you have to solve. And one of the biggest ways to solve a problem, for me, at least personally, is selecting for communication skills. Now, if you have people who think they're healthy, and you have people who think they're suffering, communication is going to be a problem between the two groups. So if your Discord is attracting people who consider themselves healthy because they belong somewhere, and then it also attracts people who want to belong to something, however, it does not communicate that this is the same group that they're belonging, then you're going to attract a communication problem. In some way, shape, or form, the person that is needy, that is now in your Discord, believe that they are welcomed in your Discord to talk about those things. So you either decide to tell them you can't do that, or your behavior has to change in order to vibe with the rest of the people by putting in like rules or help or getting them conditioned. What do I call this? A lot of times this is called onboarding. At least in my opinion, onboarding. So how good is your onboarding? Does your onboarding say, hey, everyone is welcome? This is in my opinion, one of the quintessential problems with non-managerial people making selection factors. If you want to be nice to everyone, then your rules probably say everyone is welcome. But what you behave like is everyone is welcome as long as you are like us. So that's in between. So yeah, it is important to onboard people if you're saying they're being disruptive. Yeah, this is the part where you can't be nice. You can't be nice to everyone if you're in between. Somewhere in between means you have to select people out, help them if you want, and they can be brought in, or you let the group sort itself out. What onboarding process would you suggest? I mean, I imagine when a person enters, they see all the rules, right? And then the onboarding process would be, here's a list of recent problems. So like you're a Discord manager. So with your experience, you know pretty much all the problems that go on, right? So one of the things about Discord manager, if you're someone who manages, you probably have a list of many problems that you have solved, many conflicts you have solved. So the onboarding process would tend to address these problems. So for example, for this problem, the process is how healthy is your mental health? And this is not like you're not asking the person in the process. My thought is, okay, I've seen this problem. Sometimes people are very needy and they're very selfishly but guilt tripping, etc., right? Those stuff. So how do you test that? What is a great way to onboard someone for that? Well, you ask them, how do you usually resolve guilt or something? Like, and it would be a multiple choice question. Like, apologize in private, right? Apologize in private, reach out, or like publicly rant. So it would describe all the problems that you have. And then when they understand that, then they would be able to you'd be able to get ahead of the problem. So one of the onboarding things is, what is your preferred appropriate way to resolve mistakes? For example, resolve mistakes. 1, do you complain in public? B, do you apologize, by interrupting something? Like, so I don't know, I don't have C's and D's, I don't manage a Discord, but onboarding process, in my opinion, is usually dealing with the problems you've encountered. Rules, in my opinion, if you have to make rules are meant to address problems. Problems test your rules if they're effective, right? And then onboarding allows you to, they don't have to read all your rules. You don't have to read the rules that they already know. Typically, in my opinion, onboarding requires reading rules that are often common problems in the Discord. So one onboarding question process would be, are you vocal about your problems? And if they say something like yes, you can even provide solutions like, oh, well, we provide a place like that. Try to hang out in, I don't know, the emotional channel. I don't, whatever you do to solve it, right? To acquire it. So the idea is onboarding also allows you to give consideration for other people. Yeah, the emotional channel, right? That's kind of the idea. Like, my suggestion, like, the reason why I'm saying this suggestion is because, like, you're trying to grow, right? You're trying to grow, and it's not like, and for the record, you do have an equivalent space, right? So when you see a problem, in my opinion, onboarding means that you, as the manager, have experience that no other person has. And when you onboard someone, you can leverage that experience to get ahead of the problem. And when you're trying to grow, we also have to consider that the people who go to the Discord can also grow. They can also grow. So if they are able to enter and get onboarded to their quote-unquote emotional channel, that also means they stay in your Discord. If they stay in your Discord, they can still find their way to general. As in, one day, maybe they're not feeling emotional and they can peek into what's going on in general. This allows the person to grow and fit in, even, allow them to explore. So the idea is that onboarding allows more, potentially a wider audience, I guess, if you can accommodate a wide audience, and then the wider audience can interact with each other. It's possible. You can literally have subgroups, in my opinion, figuratively. You can have figuratively subgroups within your Discord, and then they can choose to interact with each other or not. That sounds like a lot of work, but honestly, it pays back in dividends when it comes to using your experience that you have. It makes you feel like you know what you're talking about and you know how to resolve things, as well as it also alleviates conflict in the future. Like, if you have a problem now, it'll probably occur in the future. So without onboarding or some type of selection factor, that problem will persist. So you can choose to redirect the traffic elsewhere, maybe to a sister site or something like that, or sister Discord, or you can redirect that traffic to another part of the Discord. So then you would have separation, but also opportunity for the groups to interact with each other. In your opinion, an option could be asking mods to enforce trying that sort of system. You'll spend hours on the server every day regardless of how much you get done. Yeah, so that's probably a way. I can see other ways, right? I think onboarding is important. Like, what the impression I'm getting, like right now, the reality right now, right? Like, if I had to take a guess how this problem occurred, open invites is interpreted as all is welcome. And then the rules are very laxed. And when they're laxed, it feeds back to all is welcome. In reality, what happens is that, well, everyone, if all is welcome, then it also means that all is welcome. But turns out, over time, it's not true. Not all is welcome. It's usually the majority conditioned, normalized behavior that is welcomed. Now, this is not inclusive of everything. There are people who normalize, there are communities that can normalize against this. Like, what I mean is that might be their thing. The one few exceptions is like a community designed for off-topic talk. Right? They could be addressing that, but then they would be alienating vibing talk. So this happens all the time. The idea is then you can control the traffic flow if you want by giving them a heads up. And putting them in the same space gives like a bar room, right? Like when you open a restaurant, and then you have some people who hang out over here, and then some people who hang out over here, right? And they would like be doing something here, and then they would be doing something here. So the idea is, while they still exist in the same place, there is a chance they can interact with each other, which is great. I think that's a great, like, open space. In the digital world, at least in my opinion, in the digital world, this open space requires like a bit of more tact. Like, you can't, it's they have to actually self-select themselves into it. They don't walk into an open space and only see open space. Like, where what I mean is, oh, okay, so this person can just go and make their corner somewhere. I mean, you could try that, but that sounds like chaos to me. So oftentimes, then what you do, as a manager, what you can do is you create more spaces, right? You create more spaces in the room, and then you say like, oh, hey, you're coming in. Here are some few questions. Okay, we would suggest you start here. This is your space. And when you have enough comfortability, you can migrate and interact with other spaces. But the onboarding will allow you to get the person to their starting place, right? General to me sounds like all is welcome. So general is the entire space. And yeah, they're gonna fight each other. I don't think this problem will go away in the general space. The idea is when the general space is, when they don't vibe, they go back to their normal space, right? Like, oh, I'm in the general space and I'm like, this isn't for me. Let's go back to where I am comfortable. And then it's like, I'm not interested in this. Let's go back to the space that I am comfortable. So you would need enough spaces to accommodate the type of people you want to grow. You know, like an emotional channel, a pet channel. If you're enriching for these things and they're a recurring problem, you can throw them in there. And sometimes, because they're in the same spot, they can go to different places. Kind of like I don't know, a shopping mall. I think that's kind of archaic, but like a shopping mall. Like, oh, that's okay. We can still occupy the lobby of the shopping mall together. But clearly the shopping mall, people go to specific stores, right? That is like the pseudo casual space. That's like, what does that look like? That looks like Duolingo. Which, so many people are just like, nah, Duolingo, that's not how you do it. Like, well, yeah, it's not how you do it for those people who only care about like mastery of a language. That's true. You got to go somewhere else for that. I don't know, go to your advanced JLPT 1 designed course or something, right? Obviously, no one's in trouble here, at least in my opinion. It's kind of one of the natural states of having a bunch of different people in the same place. And it is very interesting to hear what other people's solutions are to them. That was only one. I only suggested like a minor thing, I think. It's really not my job or ways. Like, for example, I don't have a lot of people who come by and say, oh yeah, well, this is garbage, I disagree with you. It's largely because my selection factor is so high, right? Like, I literally have to onboard people for 3 to 4 hours by having a conversation with them. And it's only after they onboard that they decide to stay or not. If they don't stay, usually they don't stay, right? I would say it's like a 10% success rate. My onboarding is incredibly stringent. That also means that anytime I open my mouth and do something with a person, it is heavy and incredibly selective and generally consistently pass the vibe check. Anyone who doesn't fulfill the vibe check, as in like when I say hello, how's your day, and they're like, it's okay, and they leave, they didn't pass the vibe check. They went somewhere else. Discord is very similar, I suppose. Yeah, it's very easy to join. Yeah. Currently doing another mod app wave. Any suggestions on who to pick? What do you mean? Like you're scouting? You should know that. I feel like you have more experience in this. There's no way I would be able to know who to pick. Because when you pick your mods also have to pass vibe check for all your mods, right? So you, as the manager of the Discord, or like one of the managers, you have to be selecting for people that passes the vibe check for everything, right? and I couldn't possibly be arrogant enough or confident enough or even prideful enough to know who's in your party and what the organization's like, because the organization would then require specific picks. Like, for all I know, everyone is an independent, disagreeable superhero operating in independence, and you guys only come together and talk to each other like once in a blue moon when there's a really big chaotic catastrophic problem. I wouldn't know. Then what you would select for in that situation is you're looking for only independent people who don't talk to each other at all, and that would be appropriate. And if like I was recruiting someone, right, for example, if I'm recruiting someone for my purposes, it would be someone who is consistently driven. They are independent, but they are creatively contributing to their own success at any given time. Like, that already removes a lot of things from your selection factor. If everyone is like out to get their own thing, right, but they want it an easy route as a stepping stone to get like notoriety and stuff, I don't recruit those people. Like, I don't scout for someone who doesn't expect to be better than me. And when I think about how you operate, oftentimes the person who's in charge is the person at the top. I don't scout for hierarchy. So if I ever hire anyone, I expect them to have the ambition to like do better than me one day, or take over, or inherit whatever it is. And that's not a picking criteria for someone else, right? Like, if someone supersedes your authority, that's probably something that you don't want in your scouting. Okay, better question. How can you help the new people in the community be trained as mods? Ooh. Workshops. You have to do your workshops. Periodic workshops. That's one way. That also means that you have to decide if that's interesting to you. I would do a workshop. So workshop would be like, hey, every week, once a week, it's kind of like an office meeting. Usually you hire 4 times per year and 20 mods per wave. Another half are pretty brand new workshops. Yeah, so workshops are for interns. So you would have the onboarding process, or internship is the onboarding process, right? The trial period. And you would workshop. So workshop would involve that you and the other people, the other existing mods, produce scenarios that the interns can observe, and you learn by example. And then they can do questions and stuff. And it sounds like it's daunting and laborious, because in my opinion, these things still exist. These practices still exist in companies, in small businesses, in schools. It's kind of humorous, because the moment you find out why these still exist in your school, like having parent-teacher conferences every once a month or something, getting a exam or a meeting with your teacher or academic advisor every 2 weeks or every month, the more frequent it is, the more likely that those people will be able to learn from you, right? And the quality of the workshop is dependent and reflexive of the person who's managing the place. So whenever you think about, oh man, my teacher wants my attention again, it's like, yeah, no kidding. They're trying to teach you something. So now when you're changing positions, right? Like when you're changing your position, now you're in the position of instructing, So you are now the teacher. You are now the person who's responsible for keeping people engaged and understanding what it requires to become an intern and then become a mod. For myself, for example, I would probably do it weekly. And it's not them doing work. You have to do the work in order to get them to do the work. So it's much like you as a student, right? When you step into a class, you're like, this teacher is doing nothing for me. Like, they're like not necessarily for me, like they're not giving me the answer or something. It feels like you have to do work as well as they have to do work. So the workshop is a test of that. Are you able to make your workshops demonstrating of all the problems, and the people come back to the workshops? If they voluntarily come back to the workshops, you already know who to hire. Like, that's already a gigantic barrier. Having people attend a voluntary workshop out of interest is a gigantic barrier. So if they overcome that barrier already, that pool of people are far more committed than like you trying to sift through some random application and stuff. Like, attending a workshop is already a strong selection factor. If they stay for the entire workshop, then they are most definitely winners. Like, they're far more likely to be winners than someone that does nothing and just submits an application and say, oh yeah, I've done servers before. It's like, you'll never know how their level of commitment or not. You can't even gauge it based on that. If they worked at another server, which like you have nepotism, right? There is nepotism in Discord. Like, okay, your resume says a lot, but are you going to come to the interview and do the work? That's where the interview happens, right? Instead of having an interview, now you have a workshop. Workshops are longer, more laborious, and exhausting. It also demonstrates that the person they want to work for or work with also is committed. So to me, I'm really biased about the workshop thing. If I'm the boss, this is my chance to show the interns how much I care about them. Like, if they are showing up and then they are going to show up again and they stay, I have to make it clear to them that I am investing in them just as much as they are investing in me. So it's both an opportunity for you to show how good your workshop is, and then it's also an opportunity to determine how much do your prospective people actually care, right? And that's kind of like me meeting a stranger online during streams. They ask me a question, I ask a question back. If they stay, they're more than likely to be ahead of like 90% of other people who said less, right? However, workshops are even better because you have control over what type of scenario. Like, you can literally use this scenario right here, talking about how to help someone. Like, your first workshop problem would be, how do you help someone that seems like they are having a really bad day, but no one else is there wanting that, to deal with that right now. So like, you can describe it in a different way, right? Because it's not like the people who dislike the complaining are bad people. So in no way am I saying, when someone says, oh man, this person, they just complain a lot, but I don't have the time or the brain power to deal with this, right? So I write a huge paragraph and saying, dude, can you stop complaining about things? Like, this is not the place to be complaining about things. So you can literally use that as the first workshop problem. And the winners are probably the interns that have great ideas. You can literally make it like, oh, hey, so how would someone resolve this? probably the first person who raised their hand or like said something and they like type out something, that's probably a good pick because they are resolving a problem. Which, by the way, during the interview process, you still do this. You're basically using the workshop that you make as a way to interview people for mod positions. And how good your workshop is will give you a huge start on how good the interview is, because all of your workshop stuff will be selecting for solutions to your problems. Right? The great way to hire better mods are mods or prospective people that can fill your gap. You're filling the gap in your employment. You're not trying to hire redundancy. Not all the time, right? Obviously, you're going to need 2 or 3 redundancies. Like, hey, we need someone who's like really good with these situations, but we need like 2 or 3 of those people so then we can cover around the clock. Like, hey guys, can you contact one of these 4 people? One of these 4 people, they're really good at handling this situation. So, but you might not even need to. You can have one of those 4 people available, right, in the Discord. So your mods will then have specific trained skills that don't overlap with each other. It would be ideal for mods to have all the skills, right? You can have a structure where everyone has all the skills to deal with all the problems. But generally, that's very idealistic. You would have to be a very popular person, a very popular thing, very privileged, and you probably need a lot of money or what have you. The alternative is your workshop can go and select for those people. So write down all the problems you currently have in your Discord, make them into a workshop, and then invite whoever's interested in being a mod, wherever they are, and see who has a good idea. What does this sound like? This sounds like corporate speak, doesn't it? Because that's kind of how corporations work. You have people who work under the CEO who does recruitment. And those recruitment people focus on what the CEO or like the upper management require of their people. So then you select, you try to hire and collect all the people who have potential to solve their problems, right? That's who you're hiring. In my opinion, when you're hiring just to have more bodies, that usually means that the company or the organization is not invested in people. They're simply filling bodies. Like, open invitations mean that there is not a balance between the criteria you're looking for and just anybody. So to me, this is what I would call vetting, right? You're vetting people. So it's a combination of workshop, meaning you give interns, who are they working with? It's kind of the same as onboarding for consumers. When you're onboarding, you know what you're expecting a little bit, like in discussion. But in a workshop, it gives people the idea, who's running the place? How do you know you're going to be good with that? So workshop, with an open workshop, they can know you, or they can get to know what the problems are in the Discord. And through that, you can use it as a vetting process. The people who show up, who are in the task, who likes doing that, they would naturally show up more often. So then you're selecting for, in my opinion, this is my like approach. I've had thought about hiring people for certain things. Maybe in like the next 2 or 3 years. When you're vetting and they show up often, right? You're basically selecting for problem solvers. Like if I wanted to apply for a job and I see an open invitation to demonstrate that I can solve some of their problems, I would show up. because in my opinion, I am a problem solver. I don't show up if people don't need me. Like if I apply to a Discord and they say, oh, anyone will work, no experience is needed, like anyone can do that, my first thought is I'm competing with everyone. That's not a job for me. Like that means I'm expendable, I'm redundant, and also they don't know what they want. Like if I'm applying to like a job, I would want to see like 20 to 30 lists of skills that you want me to have, a prospective person me to have. The more selective it is, the more likely that I know if I'm appropriate for that job. And also the smaller the pool is, and the higher competitive for the quality of that pool, right? So if I get that job, I know that they can't replace me very easily. And also that I probably get paid a lot or be appreciated as well. Now, you have to work up to that point though. So it's up to you to be how selective you want. If you are too selective, then no one's going to apply. So yes, you do have to lower your vetting process if there are too few candidates, right? But usually, for like Discord and things like that, you have a large audience, like a large population. So you can add a few things. I would first add for problem solving, and then maybe do a workshop that deals with communication skills. Maybe like you're looking for an enforcer. You're looking for someone who enforces, and then someone who's a negotiator. There's also a peacemaker. So these are like different attitudes of reservoir. Like you can have a problem solver as an enforcer, a negotiator, or peacekeeper. You can have all three in the same person. It could be the same person who shows up for a workshop that deals with peacekeeping, negotiation, and enforcer in 3 different instances, and this person happens to show up to all 3 of those workshops. The likelihood is this person is who you're looking for, because they have the qualities that address the problems that you're looking for. That's kind of what I always thought about this, which people don't really think about until later, until they like run a business or look at students or be in charge of bigger groups and selections, is the idea that the boss is just as responsible for selecting and managing proper group dynamics than the members themselves. The members are also responsible for sure, but you, like someone who can see a bigger picture, can also present it in a bigger picture way. So you can employ people to fill in gaps in your members' services, right? So whenever you're like, for example, if you're one of the members and you're looking at an application, if you used to be a boss, right, and you're applying for something else, that's what I look for. So whenever someone says like, oh, hey, can I hire you to do something? All right. Explain to me. So this boss is soliciting me. Explain to me what your vision is and what you are asking me to do. And it would have to be in great detail if I'm to do it officially, because it's not, oh, don't worry, the job is very easy. It pays well based on the ease, and pretty much anyone can do it. And I'm like, I'm not interested. You can, but it's not because I'm too good for it. It's more like you can find someone else that's more appropriate for this, because I would have a conflict of interest. I don't want to be just anyone doing easy jobs, because if you have that available, find someone who can grow from that position, right? This is the idea of how I've had this problem before where someone can be overqualified. And usually from a selfish perspective, this would hurt me, right? Like a lot of people would say this would hurt me. Basically, everyone should be able to, if you're qualified, you should be able to get the job. It doesn't matter if you're overqualified. And my way of professionally saying this is, if I was on the other end, if I was the boss, right? And I'm looking at a job that I clearly stated, and a person who's overqualified applies for my job, then I kind of failed explaining what I'm looking for. So in both ways, if you're a person who's looking for employment and you're a person who used to be the boss, in both cases, you can see why that can create a conflict of interest. So in my opinion, whenever I'm like in charge of something, I usually make it the best opportunity. Think of as many opportunities as I can to communicate to the potential people who want to work for me that I don't fail communicating to explain to people what I'm looking for. And it will be very clear whenever I do it in the future. Generally speaking though, it works the other way around. When a person puts up a job application, right? And they just say, we pay a lot of money and it's a super easy job and anyone can do it, I wouldn't apply to that job because I can't even imagine what type of people would apply to it. And you're competing with those people. Well, I just don't, I personally don't want just any job that sounds basically too good to be true, right? Like for me, I expect to be working really hard and being paid really well for it, but I also want to apply to a job that knows that, oh, you need like 40 different qualities, and I'm like, I'm on board if I have those 40 qualities, because the odds of someone being able to compete with me is probably very slim. It's a lot slimmer. And if I ever meet that other person, heck, we could be best friends. Like, you know, you go to a job interview, right? I know it's a competition. Like, let's say one job is very coveted, and then you go to the interview and then you meet your competition. Personally, if they win, I would want to learn from them. Like, I would network with them. Like, if I go to a job interview and it's a highly selective job, or the boss is very detail oriented. Their application says a lot, very specific things that they want. I want to apply to that job. And when I go there and I meet my competition, that's who I need to compete with. So if my competition wins, that means I got work to do. How does this relate to the workshop thing? For example, if you, for example, like I'm plugging this because this is my like idea of how I would go and select people. So I've been working on this for some time now. If you have weekly workshops and the same people keep showing up, right? The same people kept showing up. They are actually competing with each other. So you'll get to know how well they work together. You might, sometimes as a boss, you might actually hire all of them. Like you might make it an exception because now they are problem solving weekly in a workshop you determined, and you get to see how they interact with each other. So already you're all designing a location, a place where you can determine if they even work well together. Because oftentimes when you hire a wave of people, there's a chance, especially in open invitation, there's a chance like 50% of them are going to butt heads with each other. Or they will take a really long time trying to acclimate to each other, right? So where is this going, in my opinion? That's what high school does. That's what college does. And then that's what graduate school does. Over time, the people who graduate, they have already tackled problems in which they're competing with each other, but they also have been forced to work together. So over time, the more selective the thing becomes, the more likely that those people are designed or like likely to be selected to work together. So when you do these things, the reason why I'm plugging this is it feels like a lot of times when you're the boss and you put time into a workshop, you get that time back. Like it feels like you're doing something that affects the growth of what you're looking for, as opposed to like, yeah, you know, I'm just gonna send out a open invitation and then you know, hire 20 people, and then next year I'm gonna replace those 20 people because they left. So anyways, that's what I want to say. Yeah, go on with your exam. Yeah, got to memorize the type of sampling to gather data in about 5 minutes. Yes, so good luck with your exams, right? You should really be focusing on your exams while you're juggling the Discord things. But that's a thought experiment. You use it with, you know, use it however you wish. I was gonna say right near the end that it's good to be doing something as a manager, as a boss, that when you put effort in, it produces positive reinforcement back. So you can actually literally watch people work together and solve problems. If they can work and solve problems together, you hire them. That's like, you present your problems, and if they already can work, that's it, right? Like literally that's what you want. Why do like CS companies, you know, like computer science companies or engineering tech companies would put groups of candidates together, have them solve problems, and then mix and match, and then ask them in an interview how they would solve problems? Is because those are the problems they're probably trying to solve. Like a lot of times, and it's kind of sleazy in a way, like, you know, the other side, people are kind of upset, a bit taking advantage, but the idea is you're looking for someone to solve your problems. So the very first thing you have to do in an interview process or a workshop is to present those problems and see who has working ideas or can grow to solving that problem. That's the hiring process. You look to fill things in. Otherwise, it's a lose-lose. The boss loses, the person who's managing loses, and that person who's working for you, they will feel underappreciated, not useful, and really, really replaceable. Right? It's a lose-lose situation. Big companies obviously could lose sight of that. That's perfectly fine because they're juggling so many people. But when you're in a smaller environment, like a smallish environment, and you have control over it, I would probably select for people that can solve my problems or the problems that I see. It's not that I can't solve the problems. You want people who can solve problems like you do or you encounter. So you have all the answers, in my opinion. You have the answers and the selection factors on how and who to look for. You turn your problems into solutions. At least that would be the quick way to go about it. Anyways, all right, let's get back into this. Yeah.
媳妇，
他们的媳妇做饭很好吃。
Okay. Heck.
舆
论常常影响政治决策。
Oh, and you said, can I summarize types of sampling? Oh, hang on. Let me types of sampling. Sorry, I misread that. Types of sampling. Like how to sample for people. Probably questionnaires. Questionnaires. Interviews. Group activities. Which group activities, that's where workshops fall in under. And obviously the very first one, the sampling would be like quote unquote resume, like for prior experience, relevant experience. I don't know if that's the type of summary, like type of sampling you're looking for, but all of these would help with sampling, like determining what type of person you're looking for. All right, take care, Mika. Take care. Good luck with your exams. Okay, the right is definitely Jiao. What's the left? Is that not to like bring people together? Yeah, Jing. Oh, Jing Cao. Oh, no, Jing. Oh, Jing Chou.
深渊，
深渊看起来很可怕，没人敢。
What's the problem? Is there a problem? Yeah.
捏，钱，
Man, I'm really tired. Oh man. Okay. Anyways. Oh no.
耽误，
他生病耽误了学习。
女佣，
女佣每天打扫房间。
翠，
How did this work?
"辐射，
太阳发出大量的辐射。
Oh, that's a box. That's right. We're doing boxes.
漏， 紧凑，
我们需要一个紧凑的计划。
Compact.
萧条，
经济萧条导致很多公司倒闭。
All right. It's been a rough day. Rough day. Tomorrow, I'm gonna sleep like right away. All right. Let's do this.
Okay. Today's set is wild. I'm fearful for this set. I feel like I will have problems with 70% of this set. Like, I don't even... What is happening here? Yeah. Or yikes. I wanted to say my. I think it is my. Could be more though. I feel like it's my. Okay. Yeah, see, there's no element of high school in it. I'm gonna have to change something there. My. La. Sa. G. Che. Oh, this is more. Oh no, this one's... Oh no. Hold up. 线 鱼 叫 super difficult set. Probably the highest so far. It may also be because I'm very tired. Can't rule out fatigue. Ci 相声 right? Yes. Yeah. 新词 是 齿轮 牙齿 覆盖 What? Yeah, 覆盖 滋润 美滋滋 was something like tossing and turning, right? 复来
Fulai. Dang it. Chu. Maybe like Fulai Tai Chu or something. No, what's another way to turn? It's not Guai. Heck. Oh, it's fun first. Fun lai fu chu. So ne 可以宙斯 What the heck is 宙斯 Oh, that's second Zeus. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh. Alright. Quickly now. Yoshi. So we got the Yosh. The Yosh in the auditorium, helping out, right? The auditorium, helping out with the construction of a bank by having like a paper mache, I don't know, licking a paper mache cliff that's composed of stacks of paper bricks and spraying it with some water to create some bank or something. The licking thing is kind of important because it's Yoshi. Alright. We got the Hulk running to the bathroom of the office building because he had a misfortune. Much like his really rugged jawbones, he also was too shrunk and split his suit open, right? Split his suit open and his pants. Maybe he got angry or got too excited. That kind of sounded a little shady. Okay, so we got Mario, basement, high school. He's doing a bit of a plumbing job for the high school, right? And while he was doing his plumbing job, he found that some kids have been trying to use the bathroom to cultivate some flowers to accommodate some crickets. Right. Some crickets. So he managed to find a way, as he's doing his plumbing job, nourish the flowers and the crickets for the little kiddos. Mario, right? Good heart. That's probably what we're gonna write the next time that becomes a problem. Got Legolas. This one's a little bit weird. Going to the bathroom of the auditorium, washing up after a night of brushing with a bristle brush. What is it? How do we... Oh, it's like person in a mouth with like this. Okay. And then washing up because you got the cure meats ready for the performance. Right? Or maybe for the adventure or the audience performance, right? SpongeBob front of auditorium, trying to help out. But he basically, klutzy, gets all his fingers on all these things right throughout the night, letting go of things, making it a nightmare for the foreman to like set up turf and stuff, decorations for the show. What is that? Gandalf in front of the electricity plant, where that's come to his attention that a bunch of peeps, word of mouth, that a bunch of peeps are using sabers to cut down all the local beanstalks, not grain stalks. Beanstalks, and parting off special containers for fuel. Gandalf's like, no, and decide they were cutting off all the like the, what is it, cut apart, like tear apart the environment. Gandalf uses his magic to offer an alternative as a peacemaker, I suppose. Quasimodo, bathroom, electricity plant. He gets a respite from all the work and found a few friends along the way. Among them were a few turkeys and a sparrow who he'd rescued from, I guess, the environmental impact of the electricity plant. Okay, Mario is in the bathroom of the office after coming from a day of going through a mound of hundreds of invoices and work. Finally, he can walk around the office, having footpaths around the office because all the paperwork is done. Xena. Bathroom. Right. Bathroom of the pawn shop. Making sure her container of stuff and net of stuff obeys the Constitution, right, that she holds to heart on fair trade and whatnot as a warrior. Okay. Then we got Xena in the bathroom of the barn, where, or they were going to the bathroom of the barn, exercising, you know, the barn that they have in the household, where they are teaching familial piety between their children and the elders. Fair enough. So what am I gonna do with Shang, which is Flash? I need help with that. So, and then we have Tuo. Oh, Tuo is annoyingly disappointing because it's new. And I've already forgotten this new thing. It's just big. Oh no, it's not big turkey, it's big horse. And wall. Carry on back. On the back. Oh, and Chi Yu. Holy moly, did I draw a blank on Chi Yu? What happened? What was you? region. And they're both area and region. Dang. Disappointing. Let's go look. Can't really do anymore. Can't do that much more today. It was like the fairy godmother thing. Flash of light. Pawn shop. We went to the basement, right? I don't like where. Rick entered the basement of the pawn shop. Maybe going through going to the basement of pawn shop. Through the balloon doors or other through the saloon doors, sure. Through the saloon doors. He encounters a bunch of other patrons, other people, other persons. Maybe like a sudden flash of memories. Sudden flash of realization. Was he was able to recognize some of the people. It's not that. Various memories. Memories are flashes across the person and Shrek as they chat up a storm near the balloon doors, I suppose. Kind of quaint. Kind of. I'm not sure that's gonna. So this one was treating Tom as a horse, which is kind of okay, honestly. I don't know what's missing here. I think we're just gonna give this a pass for now. Was this? Yeah, oh no, it was 2 days ago. Oh no, it was. This is the newly acquired thing. Oh, not that note. Region, on the other hand, that is not happening, and it's the separate things. So it's chi. I don't like it. Okay. Okay, so Quasimodo is in front of the house. Excited, right? Excited to receive his box of goods from different neighboring regions. He is often very recluse, right? But being able to receive order and receive goods from different regions allow him to connect indirectly. Yeah. Is this the one where he just summons a place and then summons a region? Yeah, he defines the border of his personal regions. Maybe like Yugi is in the bathroom of the house. Coming back from exploration of ancient regions. He brought back he followed words of an ancient halberd and was able to acquire the halberd from specific grounds in the region, in the spoken region, and diligently cleaning the soil off the buried, or once buried halberd from that region. Okay, we're just gonna throw region in like a billion times over. Exaggeration. All right, folks. Oh, it's 4. What is it? It's 4 a.m. Dang. All right. Hey, folks. That's a wrap for today. That's the end of my HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, present hypothetical situations or not hypothetical situations. Today I had an opportunity, I suppose, to talk about maybe quote unquote workshopping the workshop idea, right? About employment, back and forth, resolving communication, communication skills, or maybe like management skills and whatnot. I think I want to make sure I iterate this. I do not work in a managerial position, like directly. Typically most of this is candid conversations, right? When I say everyone's welcome to come on by to discuss and brainstorm, it is not a competition specifically to say who's right, who's the best, who's worse, who's not. The idea is to exchange and be interested in other people's problems or the problems of your own, being able to express that. So it's kind of like, it's a bit oxymoronic because the situation that the particular hypothetical was presented was this very nature, where someone has a problem with another person's behavior, but that person's behavior is trying to ask for instruction and compassion. So these things do occur, and personally I am very selective to the point where there's a huge pre-selection factor to have these discussions. But those discussions that we have with other people and whatnot are priceless. They're emergent. They challenge people to do problem-solving skills. And not everyone has to be managers or mediators or peacekeepers or negotiators. However, I welcome anyone who would like to practice or try to engage in deep discussions or deeper discussions than, relatively speaking, to their own ways. Oftentimes that lead to develop problem-solving skills and critical thinking skills. It also kind of motivates each other to be attentive to their own lives and possibly make space for the lives of maybe one other person. Who knows? Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.